Let's see, let's see. Uh, uh, uh. Should probably go. Reroll my items first. Nice. Pretty good RNG. Let's see. Maybe get luckier today. Yesterday was pretty unlucky overall. Like few good fights. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We'll see. It's Sunday. Usually Sunday is pretty good for Mist. It's usually pretty active. So we'll see. I think there's wrong passive on the sword now. Hopefully we find some 8-3 Sage Force today. Both Friday and Saturday was pretty unlucky in terms of finding Jude's players this weekend, so we'll see, we'll see. For now, I'll just be farming a bit. No objectives in the map, nothing to really do. Okay. Classic Albion gameplay happened right there. Like, yeah, like it's sorceress, I'm guessing. It's pretty unlucky that my E got interrupted back into his E. Like, if I don't get pushed into his E there, then it's GG. Gonna have to run now because he has E. Yeah, main issue is the miscaller gameplay. Like I can't kill him. It's the issue here. Like once he starts running, I can't really do much against it. And like I don't know, it's kind of weird mechanic how carving E gets interrupted by the blink from Frost. Like that first trade, he was dead in that situation if I don't get pulled back into his E, because I would be next to him with the pairs ready. Like it would be beneficial situation to me. But it's very annoying matchup because issue is like no matter what happens, if I get him low and he starts running, he has miscaller and boots twice the speed of me basically. Like shorter cooldown on me, so I can't really do much in terms of chase. I can't really change my setup either to have more chances of running him down. Like main issue is that he can blink on top of me when he presses E, and I can't get out from it. Yeah, I'm not gonna start a fight against. Like this is annoying zone. Like two different matchups that like I can't chase down. It's not smart to start a fight with Great Hammer with the frost in the map. Guessing he doesn't want to fight either, considering he's this far already. Yeah, I'm guessing the Great Hammer don't want to fight either. Oh. Okay. He almost dismounted me, at least. But it's unfortunate. Like, I'm guessing there's some ping involved there too, considering that first trade with a chill how, like, my E animation went off, I was outside of his E, and then I get pulled back into the chill how E. Gets a bit weird mechanic how interrupts work with mobility in this game, like getting rooted in place while using mobility. It usually means you will like get pulled back to where you started your mobility. A pretty unfortunate matchup, but I like main issue with the frost is the miscaller, because I can't chase him. Like if he blinks into boots, then I have no realistic way of ever catching up. Like they will just keep getting out of distance from me. So. Bit unfortunate, but we'll see what happens further. And I'm not really sure how that first E got interrupted by his W. It seemed like he was like too late with the blink, considering my animation already went off. I get how it works when he E's and then W's me before I use mobility. It makes sense, but considering like he E'd into pressing W after my E, it's pretty weird to me that I get pulled back there, cause he is 100% dead there if I don't get pulled back into his E, cause he has no more blink, meaning he has only boots, and I can purge his boots there, and then like his cooldowns won't be up fast enough, most likely, for me to kill him because he's in cloth gear. Like, he might still survive because he might get cultist robe off, and then by the time he's low, he has E back up before me because he has miscaller. So he will like E blink and then boots away after on low HP. Yeah, it's doable. But I think it's like a 60-70% chance I kill him there if my E don't like get pulled back from his blink. A bit unfortunate, but I mean, that's Albion. see, I'll stay dismounted here and see if we can get lucky. Look, not looking too good right there. We'll see. At least we found some 8 trees to start the day with. Unfortunate, like the Great Hammer too. I can't start fighting the Great Hammer in this map with the chill howl there. Like, gonna get redded for sure. I won't get the W, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I felt the chill howl was buggy. Yeah, it's pretty. Like, you can get pulled into the chill howl E if you use your mobility or like a dash. It's still like possible to get pulled into it, but there it wasn't really his E that did it. It was the blink that blink that caused it to happen. I'll just kill this curse, cause I don't want him to show up later in a fight if we find someone in this map. So, and also he made a very, like, if he just mounted and left, I probably would have let him live. If he tried to hit me, like, I might as well eliminate the target right now before he rats me later. But yeah, against the chill howl there, the E wasn't really the issue. It was the issue like that he blinked and my E got pulled back. Carving is A3 carving is only 15 mil. Yeah, it's only 15 mil or 14.8 mil now. Dropped down a bit on the estimate. But also I crafted the carving and the jacket myself, so I probably saved like 2 mil combined, 3 mil combined crafting them, so it's not the most expensive build. Okay, this guy saved his potion. I don't think he wants to fight though. Actually, I don't really want to fight. It's a scary setup. Like, we'll see. Yeah, with the Keeper Cape Wildfire, it's pretty pretty scary. Like, his E will half HP me. So, if he wants to fight, he will have to come walking up. He will have to try to be the force in the fight, because he has firewall as well. So it's like if I start the fight just straight up from range, like he can just place his firewall and spam click Q, and I can't E him, and my W isn't worth like trading with like 1 W. So his setup is pretty good counter with the Hunter Hood and Keeper Cape as well. But he disappeared, like, thought he would walk in with me here. What's up, Comic Sans? Let's see if we can find someone. Mm-mm. Yeah, very, very unfortunate. The E got pulled back into the chill howl E for the first trade there. Should be a GG if that doesn't happen. Like I won't take any damage because he doesn't get his E damage on me. So like I'll be full HP and I'll be in range to purchase boots instantly. And then from there it's pretty hard for him to survive because he won't really survive through my autos and Qs because he's in cloth. So because main issue with the matchup is if you let them kite you, then you're just taking free damage the whole time, right? Because if he's spamming Q from range and you're in range to get hit by them and you're like walking towards him, your only hope is to use E to close the distance early. But if you don't have E for his E, then you're for sure gonna get stunned in his E, right? So this is why it's kind of pointless for me to fight. Like he's just gonna firewall and spam Q from max range. I can't really boot in, it's too like suicidal. Also like the hitbox here is like kinda wacky. Yeah, this is setup is pretty good bully setup for any melee matchup. Like I have no real way of fighting his firewall. And I'm not really interested in playing it risky because like I can win the all in semi-safe, right? But main issue is like if I all in, like even if I kill this guy, then the issue will be that like he can easily get me down to like 20% HP by just hitting his E, because he has Keeper Cape and range Q. So like if I take the fight against him and use all my cooldowns, and then like third party shows up when I'm full cooldowns, 20 HP, like it's GG, right? Like, if fires don't have firewall, I'm usually more willing to fight them, because at least you can pressure them enough to finish the fight relatively early. But with firewall, the fight will kind of last long no matter what, right? Because if I don't like if I use my E early before his firewall, like he should be able to always firewall it, right? Like if I E from max range, he has the like he has time to react to use firewall, and even if he uses firewall early and I don't E, then I'm gonna be taking damage from his Q from range, right? So I'm getting the fire stacks on me. He's getting like the increased damage on Q as he keeps hitting them. It's pretty poor matchup. If they have fire artillery, I'm usually more willing to fight because I can all in them reliably, and they don't have a purge, so I just like I can all in into using my robe and potion on his E, and then purge his cleric robe and like execute pretty fast. But even then, it's kind of scary matchup. Like if he pops his keeper cape, like if I pop his keeper cape and he hits E, I might just die for free to it, because it does a ridiculous amount of damage even in 6-1 gear. So I'm not gonna start the day by playing like taking the fights against stupid matchups. Like only reason I died in my 8-4 is I was trying to fight 8-4 curse, which is like a stupid move in general. So today we'll play a bit more logical and safe. What's your opinion using Miststalker jacket versus Inferno shield? I think the Miststalker jacket setup is very strong too. I think the only main difference is the playstyle. Whereas with the Miststalker jacket, you're less relying on Q and autos in a fight, and more relying on your cooldowns. So it usually ends up, because like with the Mistwalker jacket, you kind of just wanna E through people and then use the pressure that gives you to run, right? But mm, kind of wanted to hold my I health put it early there. Like he never used his cleric robe. Like he could have gotten a second E rotation off there. I'm just gonna mount up and chill a little bit since I use my cooldowns on this guy, so we don't get jumped by any high tier people in the mob camp. Hello TT Weezer, hello. Uh, what weapon has a good matchup against carving? I'd say there's a lot of weapons that have like good matchups into carving. Uh, so like yeah, like Curse Skull. Curse Skull is pretty good, and One-Handed Curse is decent. I think One-Handed Curse's main issue is that usually they're in cloth, so they die too fast. It's like their biggest issue with the build against carving, but still winnable. And stuff like Fire and Frost are both pretty good. Like Frost is pretty good into carving, because the carving can't really chase you down. Is the main issue. If you don't like mess up your mobility as a Frost player, then most like melee weapons like carving can't really do much against you, because you might not be able to like win the fight, but you shouldn't be able to die either, right? So it's like a pretty even matchup, I'd say. Like, because you can win against carving as Frost if the carving plays a bit too greedy. Like if it chases you like one rotation too much, he will be like too low to win the all-in, and you can like blink in more reliably because you have like kill pressure. And then stuff like Death Givers is pretty good against carving too. Like it's a winnable matchup for the Death Givers if they play around their cooldowns correct, and they have win conditions as well. Especially now since they made Mage Cowl harder to play with, the Death Giver players have to stop playing it because like it's gonna be too much for them to think about. So I'm pretty sure the majority of Deathgiver players are running a Purge now, which gives them a bit better chance to fight, as they can purge your Inferno Shield and your stacks, so your trades are a bit weaker in the auto Q fight. But will depend a bit how they play it. Got this guy dismounted. It's in shit here, but I can't find anyone else, so we'll run him down, I think. So he's in combat now. Should be able to like E into a couple Qs here and get him down. Yeah, not the juice, but we'll take it. Yeah, what other matchups wins? Brawler gloves have a good chance of winning against carving. You just like if you make one mistake, you should be pretty hard to survive the brawler gloves. Like if you use your E to engage him, or like if you use your E before he uses boots, so he can like dash after you, he might be able to one-shot you with the rotation, but I think on average it should be fine for the carving. Like in most matchups for the brawler gloves, it's like it depends more how your enemy plays it compared to how you play it as Brawler Gloves, because the combo is the same every time essentially. Like it's more reliant on enemies, because if enemies know the combo and understand, like have any kind of dash in their kit or hard defensive, then they should be able to not get one shot and then either poke you down. As a Death Givers I run Purge, but I can only purge decks because they play Mistwalker and purge my Mercenary. Yeah, like the Mistwalker jacket have like the added beneficial, I guess, added benefit that you can't purge it. But against Death Givers, it really shouldn't like do too much as a jacket though. Because obviously when they press it, they can't hit you back either without popping themselves out of the invis, and then you have a chance to do damage to them still, right? But yeah, I think as a... Oh, this is... Rat lobby. But yeah, as Death Givers into the carving matchup, when they have Mistwalker jacket, I'd say purging their... purging either their boots or purging their 3-stack. And I'm not sure, I haven't played the Mistwalker jacket matchup into Death Givers, so I'm not quite sure what the most logical, because with the Death or with the Mistwalker jacket build, usually you're playing around the cooldowns, right? Like you just wanna E and W people and then kite for your cooldowns. You don't wanna Q and auto too much usually. Because I think as the Death Givers, it's like if he gets good engaged on you with like EW, it should be, unless you're fighting somewhere like where there's no mobs at all around, like you should be able as the Death Giver to like W to a mob far away and just hit jacket instantly and get some ticks off, and then you still get your heal. And yeah, I'm not quite sure. I haven't played the matchup, so. Because also in the matchup Deathgiver versus Carving, especially with the Mistwalker jacket, like I'm pretty sure the Deathgiver play should be to E through the Carving as fast as possible and then kite him with W. Because your E is same cooldown essentially as the Carving, right? If you have no stacks. So if you E early into W, you can create distance, making it more unlikely for the Carving to be able to hit EW on you. Ooh, that's a bit scary build, to be honest. Especially since I've seen rats around. Looks like he wants to fight. Yeah, I don't like these rats around though. Should have the kill here. yeah, a bit risky fight to take there, because there's like the double-bladed around there. Yeah, a bit risky. Yeah, it's interesting build, like the soldier armor. It's pretty hard to fight with the Mistcaller too. Well, issue is his mobility is pretty low. Like I'm not sure about this W choice either. Like I think adrenaline boost might be a better option because it's like same cooldown as the battle rush, but his chase potential is way higher. Because adrenaline boost lasts for a good while, active when you keep getting Qs off or like doing damage with it, because it ends 7 seconds max. So like yeah, it's a bit scary if he has it on, but I mean all I really have to do is purchase soldier armor so he doesn't get soldier armor stacks and gets the increased damage, and I should be fine every time. Like it's pretty hard for him to outtrade me. And a bit scary, a bit hard when people are in bit harder when people are in plate because your poke doesn't do as much, right? Like my EW rotation doesn't chunk him really in the fight. But that was with the rats around too. Like I didn't wanna full commit, but I ended up fighting anyways. A bit risky with all the rats. But it worked out. The rats were too scared. Like the double bladed could have like very easily fucked up the fight and at least made it so we have to run if he just stood on top of the axe the whole time. Because the axe has the AoE ability, right? So it's almost guaranteed to get like dismounted by the Qs the battle axe will use during the fight. So if the rat was smart, like wouldn't have been able to fight there, but do you press left cursor button always? I use my space bar most of the time for autos. Like I use my mouse to... I'm not sure how to explain it. Like I try to keep my mouse for where I'm moving and use space bar every time I want to auto attack. So I have some more chances of going like back and forth. More ability. He played it so bad. Yeah, he played it pretty... I'm not quite sure how he can play the matchup. Like I think because he has the plate armor, like he wanted to engage badly and I didn't let him, right? Like I started the fight when he used his boots on purpose, because like he boots. I can start the fight after, get some poke, and then I know I have my boots to kite him, right? But I know with the plate armor, like it's a interesting build for sure. It's pretty hard to fight soldier armor builds, especially the battle axe, like high damage output. Because I think since he has the Mistcaller, I think he played it like greedy. Because I think what he can do is like he can early soldier armor, because his cooldown will be back up before my purge, and I kind of have to purge his soldier armor. Because if he gets like max stack soldier armor, then his damage output is gonna be pretty high. I think it's dangerous for me to phase tank him. Like he'll deal more damage or equal damage to me. He'll probably deal more because he's in plate. He was like decent tier gear with OC on, so his IP shouldn't have been like too far off my IP. This guy kinda unlucky and ran into us. Gotta mount up here because I use my cooldowns, so I don't wanna stay. I don't wanna get into a fight with cooldowns right now. What's my build right now? It's carving. First passive on every item and the weapon for the bleed passive. Let's see. But yeah, Butlex is pretty hard matchup overall. Like it does a lot of damage on low cooldowns with healing. It's pretty strong overall. Like misplaying against it can be very punished, but on average, usually the Butlex will try to get 3 stacks on you, bleed stacks, so his first E does max damage. So usually what you can do in a trade is like the second you see you have three E stacks on you and he hasn't used his E yet, or you have 3 bleed stacks on you rather, Q stacks. You want to use your robe like as you get the 3rd stack on you, because he wants to E right after. So then if he E's into your increased defenses with the reflect. So like you negate some of the damage and you deal some damage back. But yeah, depending, like since he had the plate, the E and W's I'm doing like through him doesn't do too much damage in the poke. Usually when they're in leather, I would say you play it the same way where you essentially want to wait with your E until he uses his W. Since he had the dash, if he has the move speed W, the adrenaline boost, that's a bit harder. But same concept where you want to like use your E to gain distance from him. So it's like harder for him to hit stacks, right? So usually like if once he has 2 stacks or 3 bleed stacks on you, you can either like first rotation, I'd recommend Eing away into W and then trying to kite left and right after. And hope he tries to go for the long distance E. Because obviously if he misses it, you win the trade pretty easily, right? Like pretty hard. And then you just re-engage, and then for the second rotation, you use your robe or jacket when you're stacked to negate the damage, and then you can like keep your E to chase him potentially. Because if the first trade is really good, usually you wanna save like some ability or catch to finish the kill in the second trade, right? Because like if you E through him and W him and win the trade hard and don't take damage, you get your cooldowns back up and you do it again and you gain distance from him, the likelihood is that he's gonna be going, like he's gonna start running away from you, right? So if you just used EW away from him to kite him, then like he will probably get out every time. Who won Mammoth? It's I'll upload the video later tonight, later today. I'll have the announcement for the giveaway winners. What do you think of Hunter the Steph Givers? I think it should be pretty decent, but I think a lot of matchups you want to have in a lot of matchups having a purge is pretty big. Because like I think you lose the 1v1 against another Death Givers if they have the purge for your jacket, depending. Like it's not necessarily bad, but yeah, like I feel like if you don't have the purge for their merc jacket, then even if you hunterhood their E, like I think the merc jacket they will heal will have more value to win the fight. Because obviously if they purge your merc jacket instantly, and you get 0 heals, and they like heal half the merc jacket or full merc jacket, then they're gonna have like a 400, like 500 HP to 1000 HP lead from the jacket, right? So I'm not sure. Mm. Let's see how many. I'll see we kill like 3 people. So like 3 mil was stashed. Starting out a bit slow today. Unlucky we didn't kill the chill howl in that first fight. But with the miscaller technology, it's very rough to fight slash kill miscaller players. Cause yeah, with the cooldown on the boots, it's kinda makes it kinda impossible. Like they always have boots before you, so it makes it very hard to find a window where you have a reliable chance of killing. Cause yeah, like if you win the trade hard, then they can full run you out, and there's nothing you can really do about it. But we'll see, we'll see. I got faith we'll run into to a couple more A3s today, most likely. Because usually on the Sundays it's pretty active in the mist. Mm-mm-mm. Minute for the chest, we should have time. Should be able to reach it in time. Been so slow missed, yeah, for sure. Like, apart from that chill howl earlier. But yeah, I'm not certain. I'll rewatch that later once I finish the stream. But pretty sure like my animation and cooldown went off, and then I got pulled back due to the blink. Like I'm guessing it's like a ping difference, latency difference maybe. I'm not quite sure why it happens. But sometimes your mobility pulls you back into. I don't want to E him to dismount him. Yeah, Trinity, bit scary matchup. Does a lot of DPS. Like you can't face tank his E-autos. And with the rats around, like yeah, we're walking down pretty easily once we dismount him. I don't have any cooldowns for this. It's a bit scary. Yeah, I mean, this guy's a role player, I'm pretty sure, and this guy's new to the game, I think. That I like a bit sketchy when I dismount one on the dagger like that, but he has like the throwing blaze W doesn't have the shadow edge for the catch. Makes it pretty weak. But it's scary to fight the one-handed daggers when you don't have mobility cooldowns. Like I had my boots and E on cooldowns, so I don't really wanna face tank his E damage as it does a lot of damage. But yeah, he used E to pop his Morgana cape, jacket, and helmet and boots, and so I could just purge it all at once, right? So pretty easy fight from there. And I mean, that's a nice start to the miss. That's like a mil profit extra. Let's see, I think I need to find a new mist. I don't think I'm gonna find too much more in here. We will see. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you. Spear, Daybreaker, or Carving Sword, in your opinion? Do you mean like what's the strongest out of all of them? I'm guessing. I think Carving is the strongest overall because I think it's because it has more catch potential, and especially Daybreaker. Like I haven't played One-Handed Spear in a while. Like One-Handed Spear's chase potential should be pretty good with the E. But also One-Handed Spear, like what I like about Carving is you have good chase and good like way of dismounting people. Because for most dismounts, you can dismount them with W into like a Q and auto. Where One-Handed Spear, it's like you're gonna have to almost always E to start the fight if you wanna dismount them, meaning it's harder to fight them after, right? Because you used your cooldowns to dismount them. Let's see, I'll just face tank this guy. Like he used his purged on nothing earlier. I'll just hold my E to walk him down here. No reason to use it early. I just face tanked like his E damage there, and I never purged him. Like if you purge the stacks they have when they use E, they don't do as much damage as Trinity, right? Because obviously they need the increase, like the increased percentage their autos deal from having stacks, like combos really well when they E and get the increased attack speed, right? But I'm not sure. I think like he just pressed purged randomly at the start of the fight. So yeah, I kept my purge. Like I could have purged his guardian armor when he had stacks, or I could like what you can do as carving against Trinity. Trinity is you can use your E to dodge away from their E. Right now, obviously they get iframe when they press E, so you won't do damage to them. But Trinity, like usually if you dodge their E damage and kite their attack speed buff while being in their E circle, then they lose a lot of value, right? But yeah, sometimes it's better to like face tank a fight like that, like 'cause I already had the lead from how he started the fight, so like I have no reason to use E early. So I might as well face tank his damage and say my E to like guarantee that he won't get away. It's a bit scarier, bit sketchier gameplay in terms of getting ratted, right? The lower you get in a fight, the higher the chances a rat can show up and kill you, right? Because even if they're low tier gear, if you're at 20% HP when the fight starts and you have cooldowns, then it's usually they still have a reliable chance of killing you, right? But playing it a bit greedy sometimes to guarantee the kill is guarantees you more kills in the long run. And also, I'm not playing 8-4, so I'm not too scared of my set cost. Like, essentially, we made 10 of these sets in profit with the 8-4 set before losing it, so I can play, like, I can die 10 times in this set, in theory, and still, before I, like, go back to even in profit, so we can play it a bit riskier today, like, a bit more aggressive today, to hopefully get some more juice kills, make some more money. Let's see, that's a couple more kills. Count as this 2, like, I'll try to not count the, like, rat kills as kills. It makes it more interesting. I think we stashed about 2 mil, so we have the 5 mil profit now. We have food, so we don't need to buy more. John Lawrence Santos, hello sir. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see, maybe we find some A3 here. I should maybe bring some gathering tools as well in case I get lucky and find like a T78 on with some enchanted resources, but maybe later. It's not too interesting watching someone gather, right? Like, yeah, we'll see. Mm. Let's see. Also, I think not sure. I think maybe next video I make, I'll make like a tier list of different mist builds, like where I would rank them. Because there's a lot of good builds that are like strong for the actual 1v1 fight, but don't have the real like chase and catch potential to like either start the fight by catching someone and dismounting them, and they don't have like the mobility or purchase or like utility within the set to usually end up with the kill, right? Because it's like, say, fire. Like, fire is really strong for fighting almost any build, but main issue you will have is your mobility is low, so you can't really finish the kills, right? On average, it's gonna be like one of the main issues with the build. So say like a wildfire, I would place it as like S tier in terms of fight power, like raw 1v1 ability, but probably F tier in terms of like mobility and open world gameplay wise, Like most, like your only real way of fighting someone with wildfire is them committing to fight you until they're dead. You know, that's the that's like the problem. That's why I don't really like playing like the low mobility builds. Cause like you never get the kills, right? Like it gets frustrating playing and putting people in undead cape and low HP, but never being able to finish the kill. But yeah, I think I'll do that for next video. Like make like a comprehensive tier list. Just go through every weapon in the game and give it like a general rating for Mist. I think that should be some good content. I'm not sure quite how I should do it though, because obviously some builds have like or weapons rather have multiple builds with like differences in play style that works. I'm not sure if I'll do like a tier list for each build within the weapon too, or if I do just like a general of the weapon. Not sure. I think would make more sense to include like what build you have as well. I'm not gonna dismount this guy. Oh, come on, let me. I should have killed him. Like now, he just stole my getaway. Like I don't want to be in the zone either. Let's see if we can find a new mist. Because this one seems very dead. Like no objective, no objectives, no people. Let's see if we can find someone. Let's see. Oh no. Do we kill him? I think I'll let him live. Like I don't think he's gonna rat us. Okay, I'm gonna missed. Hoping I could like only open one of them, so in case one of the roads are bad, I can go back and check. This is good enough, I guess. Not a gathering map, so should be fine. 4k HP, yeah, with the A3 gear and the pyramid snapper, your HP pool is pretty insane. It's pretty big value from it. Did you die in 8-4 set? Yeah, I died yesterday. I was fighting 8-4 Curse Skull. Very risky matchup. And then we had a couple like trades fights. But the last trade I played it bad and fucked up my rotation. Then I got mounted, but I got run down by a random rat that showed up. Okay, so I'm gonna like crossbow. Like this guy's dead already. That's his entire combo. Oh, I trashed though. Yeah, that like I'll mount up here because I use my cooldowns. It's a fan too. God bless. But yeah, with my 8-4, I fought 8-3 or 8-4 Curse Skull rather, and then my undead cape popped and I got mounted, and then full 8-3 double bladed showed up. Like I was rewatching it. It's like the day 3 double bladed. Like it's one of the like probably one of the luckier possible situations for him. Like I'm not gonna claim he like used like radar or any programs like that. Like I think it was just extremely fortunate for him because he like dismounted randomly, essentially, like no other names on the screen. So not sure if he had like widescreen and maybe spotted our names at the edge of his screen and that's why he dismounted, or if he just randomly dismounted hoping to get lucky and got lucky. Kinda hard to say, but that was very unfortunate. I also could have lived if I went through the Ava Road. I was right next to me inside the mist, but to be honest, my brain didn't like connect that you can teleport out of the Ava Road. Like I haven't used the Ava Roads inside the mist, so kinda unfortunate. Like I for sure could have lived if I went out the Ava Road. Except would have been a lie, but mistakes were made. Happens. Like, what's the meta now? I think carving is growing in meta now, getting more popular. But it's still like I'd say Death Givers is like top 1 meta, and then it's like even the rest. But like Death Givers, Great Hammer, One Hand Crossbow, Badon, Bloodletter, Carving, One Hand Battle Axe. That should be like the top fights. This guy asked me if I could donate my set to him. Put on Iron Will, so we'll see. Like with Iron Will, he can make like a decent play because he can obviously Iron Will and use Jacket, and I won't be able to purge him. But I don't think he wants to fight like with the difference in tier. Like even if he gets his Merc Jacket off, it's gonna be pretty rough for him. And then meta, like what's it called? Like Curse Skull is also probably one of the better, strongest matchups in the game to fight. Same as Wildfire, but it lacks the like it suffers the same issue where the mobility is very low. So you can only really fight people that want to fight, right? Like you don't have any possibility to dismount someone to force them into a fight realistically, and you don't have a way of chasing them down once they're low HP. Would be like the main issue with it. What do you think is the best way to earn silver to get premium? In my experience, when I started playing the game, I used to gather, and then I used my focus on refining the materials I gathered. And then that sustained my premium. And then obviously over time, as you refine, your focus gets more efficient, right? Like it costs less focus to refine more. So you like increase your daily money. And then I also did farms when I started on my islands. That's a nice way to get some extra silver in the early game. But yeah, I started with refining the gathered materials, and then once, like while I was doing that, I was playing, like I was either gathering, I think I gathered in like Fame Farm group dungeons with friends and stuff for like the first month or 2 of playing. And then once I had some spec in items and like a little bit of silver stacked up, I started learning 2v2 Hellgates. And then ever since then, basically, my income is based on PvP content. So like I was doing a lot of 2v2 Hellgates, and then Corrupteds came out, and I started grinding those. Then what I do is the profit I make from Mist or Corrupteds, I like the profits I made from PvP. I take the profits, and then when I was still refining, I bought mats and used my focus to refine them, and then I progressed into crafting. So what I do now with my money is I sell like the loot and then use the silver to buy the finished material like leather, and then I bring the leather to the hideouts we have in Black Zone and craft there with focus. Because then you increase the total value you got of like the silver. Because when you craft with focus, you get more. Maybe I can catch. I can't. I don't want to use E to catch this guy. Because he has the purge, is a bit scary. Like I'll fight him, but I can't use E to dismount him. It's pretty bad for me, especially if I have to use my boots, because he'll be able to kite me pretty easily. But yeah, I think for new players, I think gathering is pretty good way. Like have your islands like planned. Like you gotta check. Like I haven't checked the difference, but I think it's cabbage, right? I'm pretty sure like planting cabbage is like a solid way of it's a solid way of making money with the farms in the early game. Like you gotta check out, but from what I remember, at least, like unless the prices have changed too much, then you buy the seeds for like 1k and you sell the cabbage for like 2k essentially, right? Like it's a 1k profit, so you like it's a good passive way of doing it in the early game to increase your silver, and then with gathering. And then like with the IP cap system in 2v2 gates now, you don't really need to have high IP for 2v2 gates either. So like if you have friends you're playing with, the best way I'd say for like 2v2 gates and hell gates content in general is it's easier when you play a lot with a specific comp with a specific person, so your synergy gets better and like you start like knowing each other's playstyle, because then it gets easier for each match, right? Obviously, it's gonna be hard in the start, no matter what, once when you're not experienced. But like, there's a lot of like people doing 2v2s on YouTube, like a lot of YouTube content, so you can like watch their fights, just copy, like find a build you see them playing that's like working. Then you just copy their build and their playstyle, like you try to see what they're doing in a video at the start to like get an idea of how to like play the combo you're trying, and then go from there. So is it profitable to collect all the materials and produce? What I did when I gathered two materials, like a main focus on one, and then like also gather another that's like the common in the zone. So for example, right now this is an epic. I'm gonna go in and see where it leads, if it's a good map. But what I did is I gathered leather, as it's the most expensive material right now. I'll go back. No, it's an epic, but there's a chest in the other map, so. No, I didn't get to Oh, my purge. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened this update, but somehow if you use like abilities gets cancelled way more often now. Because there I was like, I'm guessing I was at like just 9 meter after my E when I pressed the purge. But then it goes on cooldown, but it doesn't go off the ability. So it's a bit weird. Because I've seen that happen with my W as well when I E. So I'm not quite sure what's happening with the mechanic there. But yeah, what I did is like I gathered only leather because we had leather zones and leather is the most expensive resource. So like I gather leather and then like ore, for example, which is like the secondary like material that spawns in the zones with leather. And then I take it from there. Gonna kill this guy just because he like dismounts next to me to start looting. Like he's probably a pretty new player, but hopefully that like teaches like learns him that you can't just dismount like that next to a guy with cooldowns on a chest. Like that's that's a suicidal way to play the game. Like hopefully he can hopefully learns and doesn't do that again after getting killed like that. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, for gathering it is like a bit different. But as for like new players, I would recommend my best recommendation would be gather one main material and then a secondary one. So for example, you have like the gathering set of leather on you, and you just bring like the tool for whatever other resource you want to get like on the side. But yeah, like because at the moment leather is like the most expensive material to gather. So that should be the best option for new players right now to gather leather. Then I'm guessing it's probably cloth second. I haven't checked, like I don't know leathers first, but I think cloth might be the second highest expensive, second most expensive resource. So leather and cloth have a lot of zones where both leather and cloth spawns, right? So it's a pretty good combo. But yeah, you want to like start refining as soon as possible when you have premium as you get the focus right, and like the idea with focus is if you use your focus efficient throughout the week, you should always be able to like make your money. We'll see if I can run down this guy. He's gonna have W soon. I'm gonna guess he's going west or wants to go west. He has no W here, so I'm just gonna walk him down. I'll use my robe. So I save my W on purpose here to wait for his just gonna hit E here, yeah. Idle trash, like his 4-3. But yeah, I saved my W there to wait for his W since I'm already on top of him, meaning like once he dashes away I can root him. So he won't like be able to kite me too much. I didn't really have to use robe there, I just used it when he pressed 100 to like negate some of the damage so I don't get like unnecessarily low, but might have been smarter to just keep my robe there or jacket there in case I get jumped. This guy's unfortunate. Bit unlucky timing for him. And yeah, pro tip if you wanna survive in mist, if you see a red name like walking up to you dismounted, then you get to mount up, then never run like back to see what the dismounted guy was, you know, like it's almost like guaranteed the dismounted guy at least wants to fight. So unless you're hoping they will dismount you because you want to like jump them, then walking back to inspect when you're like here to just fame farm and spec up is never gonna be the right play. Mm-mm-mm. And yeah, that too, like leather mobs can a lot of the like swift claw and stag and moose and the mammoth drops pups. Obviously, mammoth pup is pretty unlikely drop, but it does happen. Like there's multiple people in escalation that has like dropped a mammy pup from killing mammies in PSD while gathering. So, but yeah, you want to like make sure you use your focus, cause it should be pretty reliable. Like now with premium being higher price, I'm not sure, but it essentially it's like once you have a bit spec in like refining, for example, then like 10k focus should be able to make you about 1 million silver in profit once you like at the start it won't. But I think if you refine consecutively one resource for a month, then you should be able to get it to the point where you make about 1 mil with each 10k. So that means you make essentially a mil a day, right? Because you get 10k focus a day, meaning like you pay off your premium, but like with premium is 17 mil right now, so you would essentially like would take you 17 days of refining to pay the premium, and then the remaining days is profit with your premium for that month, right? But it's very important to use your focus when you have premium and not like get 30k and then not use it, right? Because you lose out all the focus once you're 30k. Like it doesn't go over 30k. So you want to make sure you use it. Any specific tiers to refine? It's gonna depend a bit on the day and the week. Like sometimes the markets are like more interested in buying like 5-3 than 6-2, for example, like a bit stuff like that, right? So there's some math involved, but I'd say on average what you want to do is for a new player you gather the resources yourself. So you're probably gonna start by refining T4, T5s, and T6s, and just keep like gathering and refining whatever, and then wait in a month of gathering active and then refining using your focus. At some point, like I think by the end of a month, your refining should be at the point where you probably need to buy some materials to be able to use all your focus. But that should be fine, right? Because you're making the silver extra. But I always gotta like if you wanna make like maximum profit, you should always like check out the different markets and prices. Because some days they want to give more than others and stuff, right? Like some days some items are more attractive than others. It's just rat fiesta for this orb. This guy used his boots, so he shouldn't have boots up here. That's his full rotation of mobility. Get the orb. I just want the orb. Like, But as a new player, I think the two easiest ways that are like guaranteed to make money is use your farms. Now, I don't think it has changed, but you don't need to use focus on farms. Like, it's not really worth your focus. So, like, what you should do is like use your focus on refining, and then you just craft or plant like cabbages, for example, on your island. And then you will gain some extra profit with the island as well as your premium during the month. And then you can probably make like a reasonable amount of silver a month with your premium. Like you should be able to make at least like 30 mil a month. Probably not the first month, but I think within the second month you should be able to hit like 1 mil per 10k focus on average. But yeah, if you like, I think gathering is one of the best ways for new players to gain some eco, as you don't need to learn how to PvP efficiently to start with, because that takes some more time. So usually it's like you need a little bit of economy to learn PvP, right? Because you're gonna be dying a lot at the start. Like naturally, as you learn, you're gonna like have to die a couple times to different matchups and different like rats and stuff, right? But I'm not sure. I think Mist. I think it's probably better to do Corrupteds and 2v2 Hellgates as a new player for Silver and to learn PvP than Mist. As the Mist is like it's like 50-50 of what's important, right? Like knowing how to fight and what to do in a fight obviously is gonna help a lot, but the rats and the RNG elements of the Mist where as a new player it's gonna be like more difficult, I think, overall to be able to achieve good fights in Mist. Especially like if you're playing in like flat 8 equivalent gear, then running into people in full A3 with the high spec, like the IP difference makes it really hard to fight, right, and win. Compared to like at least in Corrupteds and Hellgates, there's an IP cap, so the IP won't be too much of a deciding factor in the fights you end up in. Also give like more reasonable ways of learning the game for cheaper silver, cheaper sets. Which is better, cooking or potion crafting? I think both are really solid options. So it kind of just depends what you like to do and depends what markets you have access to. So for example, food is like hard to transport because it's heavy, meaning you often have to be on carry weight mounts to be able to transport it to places like hideouts, which means there's like a higher demand in, for example, a black zone hideout compared to a normal city, right? Because in the normal cities, like people run their mammoths and it's fine, but in the black zone, it's harder and more risky to ever bring mammoths, right? So there's less quantity of like high end and food in general in the black zone. So if you have like opportunity to what is this? Let's see. Block this user. Okay, I blocked them, so that should be it. Mm. But yeah, I think food crafting is really like food and potion crafting are both really good options as no matter what happens in the game, people will always need to buy more food and potions, right? Because compared to gear, where it might take longer to sell gear, as someone might buy a set, right, and then they don't die, for example, then like they're never gonna buy another set, right? But they're gonna like buy potions and gonna have to rebuy potions regardless if they win or die, because they probably used their used potions during the fight, right? Same with their food, so both are really good options. I think food might be better to do if you have access to like hideouts in the black zone of active guilds, as like they will essentially it's like for most guilds, like if it's a CTA and they have 100 people, that means 100 pieces of food is gonna get eaten no matter what, right? And then like they're gonna need to buy more food at some point, right? And it's hard to bring it to hideouts, so if like you can bring foods into the hideout and sell it there, then you can usually charge a bit of higher price than city prices. Since you took the risk of transporting it and like making it convenient for people to buy it. Yeah, both are good options. Cause yeah, like crafting items is good because you have the chance to hit masterpiece. So especially in the higher tiers, your profit can go pretty insane by having some luck, right? Because if you craft like an 8-4 weapon and you get masterpiece, it's usually at least like 50 mil more expensive for a masterpiece weapon, especially in like 8-4 now, since you can't enchant weapons to 0.4. So it's like pretty solid way overall. Let me add the couple more kills, stashed a bit more loot. Yeah, both crafting food and potions are both good options. And then crafting items, like I would recommend crafting items once your economy is more solid, as selling the items usually take a longer time, especially high-end items. And also, preferably to craft items, you want to at least have access to like a crafting hideout in a high-end zone to get the increased bonuses for the return. Because it's gonna be a bit hard to compete crafting only in city, like your profit margin per item will be pretty low compared to people crafting in hideout. Because obviously if I craft in hideout and I get like 58% return, is like the highest you can get if it's like the crafting bonus day of the item you're crafting. And obviously if I craft the 8-4 jacket with 58% return, and someone else at craft sits in city with 48%, then I can sell mine for 10% cheaper and still make money due to the journals. But the guy that crafted it in city, I won't be able to match that price without losing money. So it's a bit of a risk crafting in like items in city, especially high tiers, because like the people crafting in black zone might be able to undercut you to where you can't uh, match their prices. I'm gonna help up here. Purchase boots, so all I really need to do is save my W and E rotation. I missed the W because he E'd. think there's rats on the chest, but there's a lot of mobs here, so I'm just gonna create a little bit of distance. Because I have cooldowns as well. And just so many reds on my screen, I don't wanna stay too long. In case they can fight. What's the next round? Did you dive at that 8-4? How'd that happen? The VOD of my stream yesterday should be on my page on the lives, and then someone commented, you can see the fight there, it's at like 3 hours 30 minutes I think it begins. Someone commented where the fights against the 8-4 curse goal started. But I was fighting a 8-4 curse goal matchup, which is very hard, so he got me low, I got my 100k popped, and I mounted, and then the A3 double bladed was dismounted and found me and ran me down, ratted me. So it's pretty unlucky circumstance to die to the rat, but that's the mist, right? Like sometimes you get ratted, sometimes not. Like hard to say. Never know what's gonna happen. Espadon is just kiting. I'll just take the orb here. There's some rats around. Like I'm not too interested in using too many abilities and cooldowns to chase. Because the main issue or like main annoyance with the bow gameplay, it usually takes a while to catch and like finish the kill, meaning you will be in combat for a while using your cooldowns. So it's like it gives rats more windows to start fighting your rat. Like the longer a fight lasts, the more chances you have of getting ratted or like interrupted in the fight. So if they're like very low tier, like I wouldn't recommend using time and resources trying to chase. Nice, we baited this guy to walk up. He had a friend that wanted to handle, but not maybe we can kill this guy now too for his sins. The knock-up mob there is gonna block my path to run through, so I will get too much range. What's a 7-2 bloodletter on my screen I saw as well before fighting that guy? Here he is, I guess. Just gonna invis here. He'll probably get out. I don't think I can EW here and get in range. Yeah, he's out. Yes, the miscallers you see, like with miscaller boots rotation on bloodletter, like it's pretty insane mobility. Like it's very hard to catch down. Hello, I'm learning to use carving solos, so I've just followed you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hopefully you learned some tips and tricks. Cause yeah, carving is very strong at the moment. Like most matchups are fightable and winnable. It's just using your defensive and using your mobility spells at the right time, and you should be fine in most of the matchups. Mm. But yeah, dying in the 8-4 carving set was unfortunate. Was like my own fault, because fighting a 8-4 curse goal, like I think the curse goal matchup is pretty doomed for the carving, unless they have like if they have Merc Jacket. Because with how the E works on Merc Jacket, like they can get more or less their full heal off pretty instantly when they E into Merc Jacket, so you can't really purge them. And once you're 4 stacked, like you're losing the long-term trade. So I'm not quite sure the matchup. Like I think the might be a more playable matchup if you have Bop helmet, and like just get like fast short trades against them while dodging his E stacks. But it's really rough matchup. Like you should lose as a melee into Curse Skull most of the time. I guess maybe you could press like play interrupt W and like just all in stay on top of him, but that very risky, because if you can interrupt his E, it's super winnable, but it's a very short cast time, so it's like gonna be very, you're gonna have to play very good to be able to interrupt it, and he probably won't try to E when you're standing very close to him either. So it's gonna be a hard challenge in general. Like I can't catch this guy, like kind of pointless chasing. Yeah, he gets melted. Yeah, with the assassin jacket and a miscaller, I need some very good RNG to ever catch a bloodletter like that. Like my best chance is that he somehow, like I need him to like miss a W when running, or else it's never gonna happen. So see, I need to find a new map. I think it's pretty good though, pretty weak map. Can you suggest a good brain dead CVC weapon? Uh, Brain dead CVC weapon. Like I think like one-handed mace is pretty easy to play, pretty hard to get punished. In terms of tanks, I think like one-handed mace is probably the easiest weapon to play, because you have high mobility, low cooldowns, and iframe E that can get you out of clumps if needed. Then you have plate on, so you're pretty safe. In terms of DPS, I think Demon Fang is probably easiest option, because it's like guaranteed. Like you don't need stacks for it to work, so it's like pretty easy to time for engage. And then you have like the support weapons like Locust, Enigmatic, Oathkeepers, or you maybe like it's not as brain dead. You need a bit more game knowledge, but it's like Locust isn't too hard to play. It's mostly about position, right? Like as long as you're standing in the right position, then like you see like your teammates getting clumped for the enemies engaged, and you just drop Locust on them, right? Like it's not like the Locust lasts for a while, so like you can pop it relatively early and it still helps, because even if they don't drop damage as you have it activated, it cleanses like whatever CC and purge, like whatever like pierces the enemies have on you. Like if a clump isn't pierced by any pierces, then usually people don't die, right? Because they will like die pretty slow, so your healers have time to. But it's mostly about position, because yeah, if a clump isn't pierced, then usually they die pretty slow, meaning their healers have like time to drop fallen ease and drop heals on them and save them. Locust is pretty like easy, like it's pretty basic to recognize the situation, because like if you see enemy damnation cast, you know, like it's a huge red circle on your screen, then you can pretty easily this guy wants to fight, I guess. This is like semi-scary matchup. He can kite me pretty easily. We'll see if he wants to fight or if he wants to like. I think he wants to fight. Okay, should be dead here. No. Like I tried to time it since he's queuing behind him, so I tried to time it that like just as he's about to go for next Q, I boot into insta E to close the gap and do the damage. Like kinda like it worked out. Like the E animation on carving is pretty fast, so it's kinda hard for people to anticipate it and like blink it in time by pure reaction. Let's see. Do you know any good builds for quarterstaff? Not really. I don't think there's any. Like, I don't think any of the quarterstaffs have like good identity in terms of like 1v1 fighting. Like, I don't think I couldn't recommend any of them. Like, I know they added new Q and W to quarterstaff, but I haven't seen how efficient they are and how much damage it does. But yeah, I'm not certain. Like, I think Fiend Cowl, Merc Jacket, like with the normal quarterstaff with like energy sprint and probably like a Thetford cape, should be like reasonable. Or like a Inferno shield setup. But I can't tell you for sure. Like I've not played a lot of quarterstaff, so I'm not sure with this new updated Qs and Ws if there's gonna be any reliable builds. Bro, what mask do you have on the skin? Looks sick. Let's see. It's just the blue princess hat. With the ragged cape and tulip shoes. I've been running, I got the princess hat as a gift from a friend when I started playing. So I've kept it on ever since. Oh, we got stunned by the mob. It's a full, like, very juicy target, but I think he's out here. Got very unlucky, I got stunned by the mob there. I think without the mob stun, we might have a chance of chasing him, but maybe we get lucky enough here. Okay, that's all this mobility. I want E here because he used W and I have boots. So this is E as well. I should be able to finish the kill here now. Let's see if we hit it. Nice. Yeah, like this guy. Oh, it all survived too. Let's go, baby. This guy shouldn't have died. Like feels like when I mounted there, like I guess he was kind of unlucky with the mobs. Like he ran into the mobs, cause yeah, he should have been able to get out there. Like I managed to get off the purge on its boots before the mob stunned me, which really helped. But yeah, like once the mob stunned me there, I think he should be able to get out. But I guess we got a bit lucky. New skills are OP for quarterstaff. Like I tried some duels randomly in market with it. Like it seemed pretty weak. Like the W seemed good, but not not like anything special. Yeah, that's nice. That should mean the set is paid for at the moment. Getting that kill. So that's pretty good. That's pretty nice. I think we got 2 kills. We're at 16 mil now after that. I was very, very fortunate, like his whole body survived. Hey, you wanna buy A3 carving masterpiece? No thank you, sir. I craft my own sword, so if I'm destined to play a masterpiece sword, I'll hit that when I craft myself, you know. But for the moment, I think, yeah, like there's no real point in going 8.4 or A3 masterpiece compared to its price, because you're paying so much more. Like you're paying like at least twice the set cost in A3, or like three to 4 times more for the 8.4 set, and your like damage output, like your fights aren't gonna change too much based on it. Especially because like in A3, like you can always overcharge if you run into an 8.4, right? And then you match his 8.4 IP, so we'll see. I'll play some more A3. I think also it's a bit easier to get fights in A3 than 8.4. People are more scared of the 8.4 naturally because it's higher IP, does more damage, so like less people are willing to fight it. But we'll see, we'll see. Got some lucky, some nice catches today. Like this blooded was a really, really good kill to get considering everything survived. So like 5 mil profit. It's like half my set cost essentially, or 1/3, I guess. It was pretty good. So we made the setback this morning, so now it's all profit from here. So hopefully we can find some more high tier users. I'm still not quite sure how this guy didn't get out. Like I'm very surprised. Like once I mounted up there, he should have been able to get mounted again. But I guess he just ran like into way too many mobs instead of to a more clear map, clear space on the map. Yeah, we got unlucky with this miss. Like this is like a completely dead map. Well, hopefully Hopefully a new miss spawns soon, because I just entered, so I'm pretty sure if I leave now I'll have the cooldown, the timer to enter a new miss, so no point zoning out. Kill gay, Atrium has been want to sell now. Good job getting the kill, that's always nice. And yeah, if you just post it around in the discords, you can probably find someone who wants to buy after some point. But the 8.3, 8.4, like masterpiece high tier items usually takes a bit of time to find a buyer. Ooh. This is really good fight for us if he wants to fight. Oh, hopefully we get lucky here. He's staying on Iron Will, meaning he wants to heal on mobs, so... Try to play this slow. With the Iron Will it's a bit weird, but... Guess he has to purge for me. He got this E damage off there, it's pretty weak for me. Okay, nice, he missed this E. Oh, we're getting rattled though. I'm gonna start leaving because the rat behind me looked like he was decent tier IP. And he's a one-handed battle axe, so I can't fight him with cooldowns. It's pretty unfortunate. Like, I think I can win the dual sword fight there. I'll mount up and see what happens. But yeah, since he's running the Iron Will, it's a bit... And his damage output is pretty big with his W. Like, I can't, like, it's risky because I can't reliably purge him, so he will heal a lot on his jacket. Looks like he wants round 2 though. So another one. Yeah, this is gonna be... Like, this is a bit unfortunate. There's multiple rats in the map, so... It's gonna be a bit hard to... Gonna be a bit risky starting fights against this guy. So we'll see. Now I could change my W to... another rat. Dismounted, so I'm just gonna leash the mob here. Kill that mob too. I'll recheck my food so my food don't run out mid-fight. I kind of want to change my W to parry strike, because if I parry strike his E, yeah, like this is the... Like, I want to fight this Batlax really bad though, because he has a Crypt Candle equipped. Like, this is really good matchup for me to take, because the Crypt Candle will kill him, but like, I don't want to get routed by him. Let's see if I can get this guy to join me towards more of the middle of the map. I could put on parry strike for this matchup, and parry strike his E would be like pretty big value trade. Let's see, maybe this guy doesn't seem like he wants to... Okay, he seems to agree to fight the rat if needed, so... This rat not too scary of a rat. Okay. See, this guy probably don't want to fight where there's no mobs. I'm gonna let him get cooldowns before I do anything, since he agrees to hit the rat if they show, so I'm assuming he's not gonna... Kinda need him to E here, so... He actually gets this jacket back up there. Should be fine with my boots here. He's healing too much and have too low cooldown. Maybe... Not sure. I don't think Iron Will matches the play either. I don't think blocking the damage is gonna be worth it. Yeah, he's healing so much of Hellion Jacket and his low cooldown. It was kind of rough. Like when there's that many mobs around, like he's healing too much on the mobs for me to really do much. Like only 40-second cooldown, so he gets it off twice. Kinda surprised he's not going pressing his abilities on cooldown with the jacket. Not certain, but yeah, it's Like maybe the play is if I keep my helmet for second rotation, maybe let him heal on the first jacket and then all in. But he still has Iron Will to block the purge, so he's still gonna get a lot of heal done. I'm not sure. Maybe I have to put like, I guess not really worth putting on like Bop helmet anyways, because I can't bop him out of his E anymore after they changed it, so. And then he left, so I'm not sure where he went, so we go next. Is Deadwater better than now than Pyramid Snapper? I'm still playing Pyramist right now. I think the Deadwater is better on the mist. Like if you play Deadwater, I'm pretty sure the playstyle should be more poke oriented and cooldown based. That like your main damage is Q or W and E rather. And you shouldn't like stay too much for autos and Q fights. Because you have less max HP and you're not gonna get the increase, like the healing ticks from hitting. So I think if I play the Eel Stew, the option, like best option would be like Mistwalker Jacket. Mistwalker Jacket and then cool down on boots and jacket. And like run like Eel Stew and refreshing sprint to make it so you get your E like a 10-second rotation when you boot. Because if you have like the full cooldowns, your E is like 18 second cooldown approximately. So you like if you have the refreshing sprint as well, then like yeah, you can probably get it like almost like a 10-second rotation when you boots for the one. Like you can like EW rotation and then use boots. Or like wait for them to do something and then use boots after to refresh your cooldowns. But I'm not certain. Like I haven't played the setup that way. I might do it like I don't think I have the Miststalker jacket though. That's the only issue. Or maybe I'll just buy one instead of crafting. You can trace them after the set. Because yeah, I think even with the cooldown build, I think it's possible to play with the Pyramid Snapper as well. Just so you have more HP for the trades. Because you still get some value by E and W, right? But obviously not as much value as if you're getting auto attacks that bleed stacks off during the fight too. But we'll see. I might try that later. Because in some matchups, some scenarios, having the shorter cooldown will be beneficial, but I think on average in most matchups your cooldowns are already low enough to where you shouldn't like prioritize getting better cooldowns with your items and food. Like you're gonna have more benefit of getting the HP and regen overall. But always depends matchup and situation. Because yeah, Mistwalker jacket pretty strong, but my issue is that you pop yourself out of the invis. So you have like limited gameplay you can do. Didn't purchase guys boots because I have boots coming up, so I think I'll just run them down and kill him here. Just pick up the free kill as we're going. Oh, this dumb shit this back. How do I like I blocked it earlier, but the only option it gives me is block, like, doesn't give me like a full ban or block, it just gives me like temporarily block them. I'm not sure how to like fully block them. Let me see more like. What passive do you use in swords? I used bleed passive, first passive for the bleed stacks. Let me just see, how do I? Rip. The block didn't reported it now, so I'm guessing like it's telling me that it's gonna block messages sent, but I'm guessing it's like multiple users. Not sure. See it again, I'll block it again. Let's see if we can find someone. Let's see if we can find someone. Gotta find a new mist, I think. But against that dual swords, I'm not really sure what to do. Like the Iron Will into Hellion Jacket in mobs is like a pretty genius setup in terms of like there's no real counterplay to it because obviously you can't purge him, right? And the Hellion Jacket heals a lot when there's multiple mobs, so like basically it's full HP every 40 seconds. Bit unfortunate, like the fight we had earlier. If that rat didn't dismount behind, I think I kill. Maybe the play is changing the W. That might be the play, like putting on the spinning like blade cyclone, so I have more DPS, and I might just be able to kill him too fast. Like I might be able to just win the straight up all in. Because what I could do is like instead of Eing his E, I could robe it or use my jacket as I see him E, so I get the increased defensive because he's gonna purge me. Like if I E him once or I jacket his E, and he's gonna purge my jacket right after. So I just hold my Q and then I Q W right after for the increased damage on Blade Cyclone into E, and then just auto trade with him. I might win the all in from that position. Maybe it's just very risky. Like if you can't purge the Hellion Jacket, like with mobs around, he heals to full HP, so it's hard to fight. Difficult to find the time and like the window to all in. Because it's only a 40-second jacket, and I'm not sure if I can kill him like by the time, because if I W and E as I did, then he goes to the mobs to heal. Like he's doing quite a lot of damage too, right? Like his E and his autos and Qs are hitting hard, so not sure if I win the all in if I like just face tank his Hellion Jacket and don't purge it, and just save my purge, like purge his boots so I can run him down maybe. Might be viable strat. I'm gonna zone back in from this map because it's not looking too good. So I think I have a bigger chance of finding a new mist in this road, because I think the zone will close in a little bit here. Start spawning mist everywhere, so we'll see, maybe we get lucky. what do I think about like crossbow? It's really, really strong overall, but I think it's a build that's you need to play it in A3, so your damage output is like high enough to kill people fast. Because it's a cloth build. Like the main, like the popular build right now is like the Cleric build. Meaning you need to kill people fast, right? Because your HP is very low. Like I ran into an 8-1 like cross earlier. I don't know if he's on my kill list. No, he's gone. But like I ran into an 8-1 light cross, and like as he walked up, I EW'd him, and like he was almost dead from it. Like after that, it was kind of just walking him down. We're in a 1v1 here. There's a rat next to us though, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't want to into the rat, so. Oh, this is very unfortunate. Like I thought this guy's E got, I thought he used his E and got interrupted by the other guy. And that's very, like the sword there was dead, like I just had to wait my cooldowns. I think he wants to rematch though. That's so nice. He wants to rematch, but we got a couple of rats on us, so let's see if we get it. So this is a bit scary matchup. If he times it right, he can get a really good trade off. But I think this time I'll be able to hit my jacket. Okay, use my E to dismount this rat, but he's coming after me. Read a sound, so I'll wait around a couple seconds here for cooldowns. I don't cheese him. Since he has stacks there, I'm gonna let him start 3 stacked. Oh, that's very bad for me. Not sure how that purge hits me, to be honest. I dodged his W there though, that should be kinda GG in the matchup. Nice. But he lost, because you can see this is why I think the Mistwalker jacket is a bit weak overall. It's due to the fact that obviously I know like he matched my E with his jacket, right? But I also matched my E with his jacket, so I took more damage overall. But also I'm higher tier. But yeah, like, cause I purged, I guess he purged my boots too. Like, I guess I just got more, like, better, like, he missed W, I didn't. So I guess I just got more value of hitting W and getting my Qs and autos on him. Because obviously I'm higher tier, right? So, like, if we trade just Qs and autos, like, I'm gonna be doing more damage than him overall. And yeah, also he like was a bit unlucky with his purge there. Like I felt I was outside the circle because like I know if I can only really purge his boots because I can purge his jacket. But thought I dodged his purge because it's kind of obvious if I purge his boots and he has purge helmet that he will try to purge my boots right after. That's why I like try to Q hit boots and then like run a bit towards him then back. So he would like drop the helmet close to himself. Because if I dodged helmet purge there, it's an even safer matchup for me or fight. Because I'll get the regen from the boots while I purge his after like 1 or 2 ticks at most. But I think that's like a bit of an IP difference fight. But then again, he OC'd, so he shouldn't have been. I'm kind of confused. How he's full 7-3, like his weapon should be like his build should essentially be the same tier as mine when he OCs, right? But might be the average IP is bugging like bad because of the cape makes it a bit harder to see. Because yeah, like shouldn't have been too much of an IP diff considering he's 7-3 OC and I'm A3, but we won, so God bless. Let's turn it earlier. I'm just gonna go stash now. Wish to win the commandment, but what about the giveaway? I'll upload a video later today announcing the winners of the different giveaways. The past 4, should be 4 giveaways. It's 4 or 5 different things I'm giving away. So yeah, just check it out. I'll post it later today. And then hopefully I'll get in contact with the winners and trade them by tomorrow sometime. It's on my inventory increase, so +6, so that's 22 mil right now. No, I gotta too lazy to run to my island to take out silver right now, so I'll just borrow from Gil and put it back there later. Once this tab is filled up, I'll probably end stream. Like I think an hour or 2 more. I'll make some food and I'll also clear up my tabs here some more so spots to put the loot later because it's getting pretty full right now. Let's see, do I have any .1 health pots I could bring? I don't think so, seems like I used them all. Carving sword's still good. Yeah, carving very strong in the meta right now. Like it should be it's in like the top uh, top 3, top 2. Like I'm not sure. Like I think Death Givers is still stronger because it has like about same burst and trade damage and like higher mobility. So like easier to escape and easier to chase people down. But carving should be, I think it's a pretty good number 2 right now. Like it has enough damage to fight and it has enough mobility to catch people, and you have like realistic way of getting out when like the rats show up and you need to bail from the fight. So I'd say carving and Death Givers is probably like the 2 S tier options for Mist right now out of all the weapons. The combination of mobility and good fighting potential. And I think I'll make like a tier list, like a maybe I do like a very in-depth tier list, like each weapon, or like at least like the top weapons. Like I don't think it's too much fun to like tier list all the like weak weapons or the weapons that don't really work in terms of like 1v1, right? But probably do a tier list, take like the top 10 weapons and then the builds, like the different build setups. Like explain why they work and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Might be a good think that should be a good video, like helpful video for people, so they can like easier decide what to play. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we find a couple more juicy kills today. Like was way better today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was very sad. Like couldn't really find any matchup until an 8-4 curse goal, which is like super risky matchup, and we got ratted. It was like more or less worst possible situation to happen. But we re-gear and go next. That's how Albion works. Like if you can't handle dying and losing, then Albion isn't a good game for you. Like it's kind of a core aspect to the game is to lose sometimes and then try to learn from the mistakes. So red, so I'm gonna stay dismounted here in case he's looking for something to happen. Seems like he's not, because I feel like I would have seen his name by now again if he is looking for a fight. So he either just bolted straight northeast gate or he wrapped back around and went towards southwest. Hard to say. And yeah, what do you guys think? You think making a tier list video would be good or pointless? Let's see. Kind of want to rat the brawler gloves here if I could, because he will for sure be back to try to rat me sometime in this map. Unfortunately, that's all really brawler gloves can do. It's not really too strong in straight 1v1 fights against almost any of the builds that are being played. Like its damage output is like just too weak to all-in people, so you kind of have to rely on knocking people back. Well, not the best option for Mist, I would say, the brawler gloves in terms of straight fighting. because especially with all the hunter hoods being pretty good, then kind of hard to play brawler gloves. Because if someone hunter hoods your E, then you just lose the trade so horribly that like you can't really like it's hard to win the matchup after that. Buy Pure Mist over Eels 2. It's for the increased HP and the healing you get from your autos or from your damage. Like in my opinion, the Eels 2 doesn't give you too much benefits. Like if you have only the Eels 2 equipped and nothing else in terms of cooldowns, then your cooldowns are still the same. Or like your cooldown like difference is like 2 seconds at most for your E, which in my opinion is like not worth it. Like the tiny amount of cooldowns isn't gonna like help you more than having more HP and healing of the damage you do during the fight. Because the healing from the snapper is usually like underappreciated, underestimated by people, how much of actual healing you do throughout the fight. Oh, so lucky that E didn't connect. So. I have to W to dismount him. Ah, he didn't insta boots, he W'd first, so he's gonna get out. He's not really too juicy to chase either. Let's see if this guy behind us maybe wants to go closer. Yeah, unfortunate gameplay. I don't really matter about care about the kills. It doesn't really matter, but you can see like you can't really chase down brawler gloves too high mobility. Like he's not running either, cause SPI lets you like use 30 E's and W's and Q's on brawler gloves before your without any energy regen. Like it's pretty sad how SPI like can't understand how to nerf their high mobility builds. Cause like brawler gloves is fun to play, like the Q and E, but the problem is like you can't really fight any matchup, so it ends up being like a weapon where all you can really do is what this guy did, right? You third party rat the kill and then run away, which is pretty boring gameplay. And also the only reason he was even able to rat this because the guy's in cloth. Like if he's not in cloth, he won't die there from his combo, and then like all he can do is run after. Like he can't like if he stays too. He can't stay in the fight against me, and he can't like use his cooldowns twice in a rotation and still be able to run. So it's pretty sad. I wish they made like I wish they implemented some way of gloves to be able to fight rather than how they are now, where the only real like fighting gloves are the brawlers. Like the rest of the gloves are kinda just based on like third partying or tiny trade and then kiting for cooldowns, because your auto attacks and Qs don't really do damage compared to like a sword Q, for example, in a trade with the autos. It's kind of unlucky because you have to change your W to do enough damage on gloves to like the 2-punch one on average. Ooh. This is a losable matchup for sure. And he doesn't want to fight either, I guess. Kind of surprised that one and Curse don't wanna fight. Finally caught your stream, love your content. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you enjoy it. Makes me happy to hear that some people like watching. You know, that's a nice thing. Mm. We'll see. Hopefully, I can find a new miss coming. It's this shit again. I'm not sure if you can see the messages should be deleted. I'm not sure if you can see the like XXX18 adult chat bot spam bot, but if you see it in the chat, please just right click report it for like pornographic content. You can get it banned. Like, I'm not sure why I can't like perma ban someone. Like the only option it's giving me is to like block temporarily and like hide the user. So supposedly it's not supposed to be able to send messages, but not quite sure how it works. It's a bit scary matchup. We'll see if he wants to fight. He doesn't have the mage robe, so it should be pretty winnable. Like, all I really have to do is use E right after his W. And then use my jacket next rotation, purchase Keeper Cape, and I should win. Like, he shouldn't be able to do enough damage to one-shot me at that point. No, I should have stayed dismounted. I mean, it's fine. This guy's, yeah, he has T3 on. Like, I'm good for him. I was dismounted, so we don't have to kill him. Oh no, let's see. Maybe we can get lucky, find a new mist at least, or someone in this mist. But usually these gathering maps that have like the gathering zone in them, like these hotspots, are on average, I say, very bad in terms of fighting content. If you're looking for fights, like I usually don't find and run into people here. So someone just spawned here. I didn't see them at the mob camp in the middle, so I'll run to the south and see if they went there. Right now I'm just looking for, okay, we got a miss-spawn, might be some content. I think I'll go there and be dismounted on the mist. It's usually, like the hot spots, like the mist and the chest is usually where you will find people that want to fight, or find people that face check you, so you have opportunity to dismount them and force a fight on them. But issue here is the core is on the gate, meaning the chances that like I can kill someone if I have to dismount them with my abilities is very low. One guy dismounted on it, so I'll dismount down here. See if he wants to fight. He will leave. Bit strange, like he can for sure win the matchup, especially when I use my cooldowns to dismount him there. Because he had the right W equipped for the matchup from start as well with the cripple, so he for sure had opportunity there to take that fight, but it's usually pretty scary being in flat 8 seeing an A3. Oh, I think that's a lizard. I want to inspect you. Curse Skull, like, I don't want to fight that build, most likely, so... What's so expensive here? Kinda confused what items are like 300k on that body. I guess it's just the materials and shit adding up. We'll leave that there. Go to loot the core. Yeah, I think after yesterday's experiences, I won't fight any A3 Curse Skull with Merc Jacket. If they have the Merc Jacket, I think I'll dodge the matchup as I can't purge the jacket in time. This guy said 8-4, but I think he might mean the 8-3 because the Curse Skull was like 6-3 Masterpiece 8-3. So I'm not certain. What's up, bad boy? Hello, sir. Is Battleaxe good in CDs? It should be. I haven't done CDs since Mist came out, more or less, so I'm not quite sure what the current meta is in CDs. But Battleaxe was pretty good option when I stopped playing CDs. I think it should still be reasonably good. I think it's playable, but yeah, like it's gonna depend on what the meta is. Because if like the meta is like when I stopped playing, it was like a lot of whispering bows, curses, and frost staffs, and like as a Battleaxe is pretty bad meta because most of the people can like kite you pretty hard. So it's like you gotta kind of catch them out, which is very hard and corrupted, right? Like it's limited amount of places you can come from. They can usually see your name in good time before you show up. So, but it should be a decent setup. Like I was playing it with Hunter Hood, the Inferno Shield, Taproot offhand, and it was working out pretty good when I was playing it. Only main issue is like the high range matchups are very hard to deal with. Well, this guy decides to handle against me. Most of the stacks, so I should be good here. Kill the curse, that's the scariest part. I'm sure how these mobs are agreeing to me. They tried to 2v1, but Frost only wants the rat, but doesn't want to even help his friend that he's handling with. So kind of unlucky. Any 8-3s today? No, no. I found 8-3 Chillhowl first fight of the day. I put him low, but once he started running, I can't really keep up because he has the miscaller. Like that's the only 8-3s I've seen today. Couple 7-3s. I killed 7-3 carving and a 7-3 bloodletter earlier. So couple decent kills. Like way better today than yesterday. Like yesterday was pretty tragic how the content ended up being. Pretty weak. Is Badan still viable in the mist? Yeah, Badan's still pretty decent. I wouldn't like. I don't think it's as good. Like I think it has the issue where you have to stay on far range from people and kite them. Because you don't win the like auto and Q battle against like swords or death givers or bloodletters. So it's like if you play defensive and kite people, it should be pretty good overall. But I think the issue is like usually you have to stay like half a screen, like you have to stay at max range essentially, right? Meaning if you get like a good trade on them and they get low, like by the time they start running, you're usually far away from them because you need to keep your range to not lose, right? And then makes it really hard to chase them down and get the kills. Because I tried one set yesterday with like the Hellion jacket setup, because I killed a guy in it, so I thought might as well end the stream trying to play it. And like a A3 Bloodletter with like the Hellion jacket facebreaker build, like he just did too much damage to me, so I'm not sure how good the build is. Like I didn't play it as good as I could have, but think Badan requires like a patience gameplay, which I don't really enjoy playing. Because obviously if you just E from max range and then kite them until next E and just keep Eing them from max range, then like it's hard for people to trade back, right? But makes it easier for them to run and the fight lasts a while, so I don't really prefer it or enjoy it as like gameplay wise. But still viable. Like I think the Hellion jacket build is probably the best one. I'm not certain though. Like the Mistalker jacket shouldn't be too bad either, but it's kind of rough not having any health regen in a fight. Hi bro, I'm new here. Welcome Mario. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hope you like the videos. Let's see if we can find someone. Couple pretty dead maps. Last maps have been in here. No, not worth chasing. Suggest a build to the dungeon group hall is not distance. I'm assuming you mean group dungeons and not distance. I'm assuming you mean like a melee weapon. So if your group if you're fame farming in a group, my recommended setup would be one tank on Incubus Maze or one-handed maze, and one healer on like Hallow Fall. Hallow Fall is probably best best option. Oh, I'm just gonna kill this guy because he face checked me. But yeah, like tank and a healer, and then as DPS, I'd recommend having one carving or realm breaker. Are both good options because you want to essentially have something that has pierce on it, so that like one of the best combos you can have is one carving, one realm breaker, and one like perma or badon. It's a very good way to clear group dungeons. But yeah, I'd highly recommend having at least a carving in the group for the pierce, because then like the tank will start pulling. As the carving, you just get 3 stack on the mob walking with the tank, so the mobs like walk group up with the tank, and then you're just carving E into the rest of the team's damage, and then you insta kill the mob pack you pulled. Would probably be like your best. It's like the most efficient way. Because yeah, a good setup in fame farming for groups is having like 1 or 2 debuffs to the mobs, meaning like pierces, or for example, realm breaker does reduces the total HP on the mobs when it gets hit by its E. So you want to have like at least 1 or 2 debuffs for the mobs, and then high burst damage AoE, so like Badon, Blazing, Perma, good options. I'm not certain. I think maybe Siege Bow should be like decent option now as well as the burst damage, or Longbow is also pretty good options for the combo. Yeah, maybe I should make like could make a little like tutorial, like fame farm tutorial, show like a easy and good like setup for people, because it does really help having pierces for the mobs, so they have less defensives, so you can kill them faster. Makes it way easier to clear dungeons more efficient, because then you can pull quite a few mobs in the room and then instantly kill them, so you have less chance of like the rats, if you're doing it in statics, for example, showing up. But in terms of like damage weapon for melees, like carving, realm breaker is probably like the top 2 good options for melee, and then spirit hunter are also good options. Like those 3 weapons are like the top 3, I'd say, as melee for fame farming. Oh, so we're getting hand-holded against here. But Dawn and Curse, so I think I'm gonna... Oh, there's a third too. I don't know if I wanna 3v1. Like, essentially I want to kill the Curse first, if possible, because he does the most damage. This guy missed everything. Look back in here. See his cooldowns. I'll try to boot in to get in range to this guy. I'm lucky I went in with jacket because I didn't get my stack from it. Oh, this guy very greedy though. Try to mount so I get to execute him. I'd like to kill like these two rats too if I could. They're gonna try to rat against me later as well if I let them live, but I'm gonna let them live for now. Bro, make something to send donates. I'm not quite sure how to do that yet. I'll look into it. Like, my plan was just starting to stream a bit more consistently, get a bit used to streaming, and then figure out like, but I'll look into it once I finish the stream how to have the like donation options. Because I'm not sure. I'm guessing you can like donate straight on the YouTube stream, right? Should be doable to set up. Because I know people have like the... I can't remember the fucking site name, but there's like site name where people can like subscribe like for extra content or whatever people use for that system. Oh, he got mounted, so I won't catch him. Oh yeah, I'll look into an option for donations. Because yeah, I'm very new to YouTube in general in terms of making videos and streaming. So I'm not quite sure how the different mechanics work. I'll just mount up here because it's my cooldown, so I don't wanna get caught out in the mob camp here by like a high tier player with my purge and jacket on cooldown. But yeah, I'm not sure how the like on the settings when I start the stream, I haven't seen anything regarding like donations. So I'm not certain if you need to like apply maybe at YouTube to have like the to be able to receive donations. But I'll look into it after stream. See if I can figure something out. Let's see. Bit unlucky, gotten a bit slower right now, like a bit fewer enemies to fight, but hopefully we can find a couple. I'm starting to get pretty hungry too, so long I've been live for 3 hours. Yeah, I think I'll stream for like one or two more foods and then shut off the stream and go get some dinner and finish off the announcement of the giveaway video, and then stream a bit more before I go to sleep. I'll see. Oh yeah, I'm looking into that too. My issue is like I'm listening to music, but obviously it's like copyrighted music. So I'll need to figure a way to have like a non-copyrighted music playlist in the background to have some audio without it being the so I don't get like copyright striked, because I don't want to get my channel taken down to copyright strikes. That's a very stupid way to lose your account. But yeah, I'll look into a way to figure out that too. Because I do agree having some background music is usually pretty good. Pretty nice. But yeah, we'll see. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. So lucky as a Sterling Cape. I tried to get the E first, if I can dismount him, but when he has Gallop on the mount, it's too fast, even with 3 stacks and boots. Like, I don't close enough distance to get into E range there. Doesn't matter too much, it's in flat 7 gathering gear. Okay, not a juicy target, but still. Hopefully someone in some Gucci gear in the mob camp here. I'll dismount early so I have full cooldowns in case I find someone early. Try to not proc that one, so if I don't find any enemies in this one, I'll jump to next mist. And these heretic mob camps are my least favorite, because they have these mobs that have on-hit stuns, which is pretty toxic. Like, sometimes you die because of it, sometimes you get a kill because of it. It's like very RNG based, so not too fun. Gonna have to use E to dismount this guy. Played it pretty smart and like kept running, so I couldn't stop to purge him. I still have health, but I have boot coming up before him here, so I should be able to get in range. And then I'm just gonna keep my E here and early health pot instead. And then I'm gonna purge his next boots once I see them pop. There we go. And hold my E and wait until I can W into E to execute. Guarantee that he's low enough to die. He had a mill on him. No, not too bad. But yeah, he played it pretty smart there by holding his jacket until he could like boot away. Like I saved my it might have been the better play there for me to purge his boots and just keep fighting him while he's healing from jackets, but that worked out. Let's check this guy. Oh, it's just a rat, like it won't matter if I dismount him here. He's just gonna start running in a second. like. So this is like the issue with brawler gloves. So I didn't. I could have robed early, and then like not taking that much damage from his E. Like I was assuming he's just gonna run anyways, instead of Eing on top of me. But that's like the main issue of the gloves, right? Because he did a decent combo there. Good trade, right? And damage-wise. But issue is, there's no way for him to like continue fighting after that. It's like his only chance would be using Assassin Jacket and then like, because you see now, we both traded. I'll help both early because they're red. Because I had boots up here and he had to boot in. Oh, maybe we kill here. Maybe I think the rat is about to pop his undead cape and he gets out. To be honest, I need to get my boots into like I want this one. I think he's out now. He can just mount. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate scenario there overall. But yeah, that's like I don't know. It's I mean, like very boring. Like he's just eating away on cooldown. He gets his boots purged. Doesn't really help. Like he can just Q and W on cooldown and create enough distance to where you can't like land E, meaning your execute chances are pretty low, right? Because like I had to E to close the gap there as my like best chance of working it. How long I've been playing Albion? I started playing sometime after free to play. I'm not certain the exact numbers, but should be closing in on like 3 years now. Like I think it's like, I started during like the summer months. So it should be like 2 years and a couple months. Like getting close to 3 years now, I'm pretty sure. This last, since I started playing. So I've been playing quite a lot, quite a long time. Like I tend to only like to really play one game seriously as well. So once I find a game I like, I tend to like only play that game until I'm bored of it, until I find another game I enjoy more. But I haven't found a game to compare to Albion yet in terms of like the full loot PvP system. I really enjoy the concept of like risk and reward. I really like it. So very few games have equal like same systems where like PvP is like the core in the game, right? Like where PvP and killing people to get their loot to make money, like that whole the whole setup of the game is like not too common. So I've been enjoying Albion a lot. And also you have the social of Albion with like the guilds and the discords and the different like politics of the Black Zone as well. Like it's very fun game. Like so much options in terms of what to do. Hello Milos. Hello, how are you doing, sir? Who won Mammy giveaway? I'll post a video later today, this Sunday, announcing the winners of the different giveaways. And then hopefully the winners like see the video not too late and like message me so I can trade, and then include me trading the stuff to winners later. I'm not sure. Maybe after this round of giveaways, I'll do the giveaway that like next time that I'll give it away on stream. So you have to like be in chat, you know, to participate in the giveaway. Might be a nice way to get like a bit more people tuning into the live streams. But we'll see. It's all a work in progress at the moment. Just trying to learn as I go. What works, what kind of content people wanna see, and like make sure like find out the volumes on the live stream and stuff. Cause yeah, I need to get like the background music, some like non-copyrighted background music to play in the background. Would be nice. And like a donation button, so for whoever wants to donate has the option to it. I won't bother chasing this guy. He's low tier gear, and the normal bow isn't too like scary weapon in terms of like getting ratted by. I purchase boots early. He should just be dead from this point on. Not really much you can do. Some free money. My inventory is more or less full, so I'll just finish this mob camp to get the fame drop and then go stash. Yeah, I think adding a couple more things to the stream would be nice. Do you guys think it would be cool or good if I... Ooh. He OC'd, like he has cape rotation here. If I can get in range here, it's good for me, but I don't think I will. Like I think he'll get too far away here for me to E. Yeah, very close here. Like I got this cape popped, but he won't re-engage here. So I think he could have chased me down there and killed me. And we'll see. Got boots coming up, but I don't think he used boots yet. Or else he should use them now, like... Yeah, I can't get in range. He OC'd. Like this is bad matchup for me to take once it's like this. Once it's like even out. We'll see, maybe he is greedy enough. Purchase boots early. Yeah, I'm not quite certain how people don't go with this build with the spam. Like he's pressing every button on cooldown. Yeah, I don't need to. I don't want to get ratted either. yeah, it's kinda scuffed, like he OC'd. We kinda is more committed than me, but like you see with his slow W makes it really hard for me, right? Because the second he has created any distance between me and him, I can't ever really catch up because obviously he can just press W on cooldown and they stay on the ground, meaning like if he just keeps pressing W on the ground after him and walks, then like I don't really have I don't really have room to chase him down. And his Q's is doing a lot of damage, and with the Mistcaller he has the rotation difference. Cause like when I purchase boots, he has robe, he has the thingy, so. And my inventory full anyways. And I'm not gonna fight second. Yeah, it should be Sar Jokes, same masterpiece. Crossbow, but yeah, it's like kinda impossible matchup in terms of the kiting with like the, especially once the ret shows up too. I can't commit too much, but it's like rough because I can get like I get one good rotation. Like I got really good fight start to the fight, but then it's like after that I can never catch back up, right? Because he can spam Q and W on cooldown behind me or behind himself, meaning if I walk up, I'll keep taking like a lot of damage from his Qs, while I can't trade back the whole time. Like my only option to trade is when I have E up, but like EW he matches like the trade with the SE. Oh, pretty hard matchup, and I have no reason to int my set. Like I'm playing it calm and smart today, not inting and taking unnecessarily risky fights. I actually got bored of Albion because the administration mobs are so weird. I got banned for stupid reason, and enemies you can't contact with real human, only bots with scripts. Yeah, like the Albion as a game has a lot more potential, but like the developers are usually pretty slow to do stuff, which kind of makes sense, but it's like it's hurting them a lot because it's the same with Corrupted and Mist, the meta. It's like instead of doing like a weekly or one time a month trying to buff and nerf a bit of different weapons they see are like the top ones to make the meta a bit more even and more interesting, they wait a long time before each update, making it like kinda making the meta kinda boring, right? Because it's so long between where something got nerfed and buffed to be more interesting to play. Because as example, like Death Givers, right? Since Mist, like first day of the Mist, people started playing A3 Death Givers, and like it was always like on the top of the killboard list weekly, and it still hasn't been nerfed. So it's like the mobility as well. Like they finally did a nerf, which was add 5 seconds cooldown to W, which doesn't really change much, right? Because if someone's running, like you have the 5 seconds isn't gonna be enough to close the gap anyways when they W away half a screen. Like they essentially get two boots rotations if they W at max range to a mob, then like that's the same distance you will get using boots after them, and then they're gone. But yeah, I think once he OCs there too, I kinda have to OC to equalize the playing field. But yeah, with the how the new W work for crossbow, I'm not too interested in fighting, cause like once you're on top of them the first time, it's good. But you can see the issue is like he's pressing Q and W on cooldown with a miscaller equipped, and like he's not running slightly right? Like he will never go by like using his abilities too much. So even though he misses 80% of his Qs, the 20% that lands is gonna do enough damage too, right? Because it's A3 Masterpiece weapon with the AoE Q is doing a lot of DPS. It hurts a lot, so. Because yeah, even in the trades where like he uses E and I use my jacket to tank like the damage, like we're still trading more or less equal, and like I'll end up losing if I'm the one chasing too much, because I have less mobility overall in terms of like boot cooldown, and also after my E and W is used, I can't close the gap to him at any point, and he will always keep the gap because he has the W, right? Because if he just W's right below himself when I'm autoing, he's getting the movement speed, and then after like 2 Ws, I've been getting slowed twice, he got the move speed twice, he will be too far for me to get Qs and autos, meaning I'll just be taking damage for free, so. Pretty hard matchup to fight as a melee. What's the shit back again? Like, does anyone know, like, the only option it gives me is block this user temporarily. And then when I report it, it tells me that, like, I can hide the user as well. And then when I hide the user, it's supposed to not be able to, like, come back, I would guess. But, it doesn't seem to be working. Like, the messages should be removed again now. Badon is good versus crossbow. Yeah, Badon is pretty good because you have the range advantage. Like if you E from max range and then kite, then hard for a crossbow to ever get close enough to do anything. It's unfortunate for that arcane. Turn him down since he face shaked. Let's see, maybe get lucky and find someone else in the mob camp here too. Oh. No objective in the map, so might as well stay here for a little bit and fame farm. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to. I'm not sure how I can permaban like the spam bot in chat. Can't send other messages but still see the stream. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure why there's not an option to like permanently ban someone. Like it only gives me the option to temporarily ban. But I keep reporting it, so hopefully YouTube goes and deletes the channel and stops it from spamming. You just destroyed me in the mist like half an hour ago. I'm sorry, sir. That's the... Oh, that's a juicer. Doubt he wants to fight though, that build. Quite a few rats, but no rat build, that's like too scary to fight currently. Like only the bear paws as a real matchup. Mm. Oh, he's just gonna run. That's just out of range, that W. Would be kind of nice to kill one or two of these rats looking for the mist that's spawning, so I have less chances of like getting ganged up by multiple people. But we'll see what happens here. Should be a blue mist spawning, so not too worth like risking my set for it, but worth to catch him. So Lord of Ares, what were you playing, sir? Mm. We'll see. I don't think either of these guys are gonna dismount for it. Looks like we'll just get a free core. Check, we're at 700k. Actually, at the might. We're at 100k might already. Pretty insane how fast you can finish your might challenge by playing Mist. Like, you could probably easily get like 10, 20 accounts like maxed for the rewards if you wanted, with how fast it goes. It should be like a week of game time or a week of playing or less. You were playing carving? You were maybe the Merc Jacket carving? Not a GG. Or maybe you were the 7-3 Mistwalker Jacket one. And it's rough when it's like a mirror matchup with same weapons, because obviously like an A3 carving will just do more like damage output in terms of Qs and autos during a fight turret, which will affect the matchup. Hopefully I can find some juice. Oh, you're an alt account trying to fame up carving? Like, I think Mist is decent. Like, I haven't been doing solo dungeons for such a long time, but in my opinion, in my experience at least, when I was started to play, the solo dungeons are like pretty solid way of getting to get some spec up without having the big risk of ending up in a fight, right? Because Mist are kind of rough, where like there's no like different Mist you can go in to determine like what's the high IP player. Because yeah, running into A3 when you're in 6-2 makes it like pretty, like you gotta play really good with like a good setup for it to work out. Oh. Probably should have let that flat 4 Fang Farmer survive, but hopefully he learns. Like if he sees names and he's low in fighting a mob, that he should consider leeching the mob and mounting up instead of full committing. I feel like the Inferno wins as well against Mistwalker. Yeah, I think it does. Like I fought 173 earlier. Fought the A3 in the video earlier as well. It's like usually it comes down to like carving versus carving. It's usually gonna come down to like the spacing of your Qs and autos, and like getting as much autos off in a fight as possible, because like usually the Mistwalker jacket user will purge your jacket, but like it's very hard for the Mistwalker jacket to like Mistwalker jacket at the time that's good for him, right? Because it's like essentially what you want to do as the carving with Mistwalker jacket is you 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 want to E and W before you jacket, right? So you don't have to pop yourself out of jacket. But it's like when I see a carving, like we ended up Eing basically at the same time, so he can't use jacket, right? But in theory, if the Mistwalker jacket carving E's and then insta Mistwalker jacket after his E to dodge the opponent's jacket, and then he starts fighting and purges the Inferno Shield, he should win in theory at least. Because he dodges your E damage and you don't dodge his. But it's gonna come down to like how you trade with autos and Qs as well. Which passive is best on carving? In my opinion, the bleed passive is best in all the matchups. Like I haven't run in a matchup yet where I think the another passive is better. The damage resist passive is pretty strong for like a brawl all-in fight. Like if you have the like if it's another carving, for example, having the defenses can be the play. But on average, the bleed stacks are like the best value you get in most matchups. Can you show your credit fame? I have 7 mil right now, but I used some yesterday. Because right now my next plan is I want to max out my carving, so I need like 20 mil, I think. 25 mil, yeah. Because I think I'll put my carving on 120 spec next. Not certain yet though. Open world mobs really easy to do. Yeah, open world mobs are really strong now as well. I only have 10 hours in this account so far, and I'm like 1.5 mil silver and almost 50 spec in armors. Yeah, like with like the new setup to Albion now, where fame is way easier obtained compared to what it used to be. It shouldn't take too long to fame up to decent spec right now. Obviously, it takes a bit longer time in the start because your IP is lower, right? So you have cheaper gear, so you don't do as much damage. But it's like, I'd say it's like reliable to say you could get a weapon to like 100 spec within like 3 days of like active playing. If all you're doing is fame farming, it should be like at most 3 days, depending on like how efficient you are. Mm-mm-mm. You're an Escarite? Yeah, I'm an escalation. And yeah, I play a lot of Clarent Blade for CVC. It's one of my favorite weapons in group content. I used to love the old Clarent Blade too. Like this new updated one is a pretty good update overall. Like it's seeing more play in more different kind of content, so that's good. But yeah, like our Clarent is really fun to play, really fun weapon to play. High damage output with low cooldowns, you can create a lot of pressure. especially if you combo it, like if a realm breaker. If a realm breaker hits like Cloffies in the back and you Clarent them, then you can like one-shot them. I'm just gonna kill this guy because he was here. I'm gonna be smart and mount up and wait for my cooldowns because I used jacket and helmet as my two main defenses in fights, so I'll just stay mounted for a little bit for my cooldowns to come back. Because one of the main like mistakes, I guess you could call it, to do in like open world content is not respecting the efficiency or like how important your cooldowns are. Because yeah, like getting into a like if you just finished a fight and then getting into a new fight while having like your jacket and helmet on cooldown is like most of the time gonna cause you to die as a result. Not sure, this guy's like kinda looking to fight. Not pretty easy matchup, like not too much to say about that. Like he kinda panicked too, like he I don't know, seemed like he wanted to try to fight, considering he like could have just kept running one direction and he like started randomly running back. But like most cloth builds can't really work in the mist unless you're like high tier. Because like the only advantage you get from cloth is you do a lot of damage, right? But your survivability is so low, like your total defenses is so tiny that like you need to kill people fast because you can't sustain like a trade fight. Like you can only win the all-ins basically, and the all-ins are also rough. Count the kill, yeah. I'm trying to count up the kills whenever I stash to match it, but I don't mind like the non-juicy kills. I don't mind like not counting. Like yeah, it's not too important. Like counter is mostly there for the 7-3s, 8-3s, 8-4s, like the more juicy kills. But let's see, looks like it's all cleared here. Mm-mm. Hello fam, hello fam. I think I'm gonna pick up my crowing to at least 50. Yeah, I'd say like I'd aim to have like yeah, like around like 60, 70 spec on like all the pieces you wear. Just so it's like cheaper, right? Like higher IP for cheaper price. That's nice. Cause yeah, it's like it should be if you have like between 1400 and 1500 IP, you should be good to fight most people, right? Like obviously the A3 like the highest tier is gonna be hard, but like for any else then like 1400 1500 IP should be fine, and you'll read like if you have some decent spec you can be like 6-2 6-3 and be 1500 IP and have like good fighting chance against most builds you can run into. I kind of unlucky miss, like not really any on in here. Let's see if we can find a new one. You used to play CDs? Yeah, that's like when CDs came out. That used to be my main content in the game for a good while. Yeah, I have quite a few old videos of Corrupted. Like my main reason to start my YouTube channel in the beginning was just I needed to upload the clips somewhere or delete them, right? Because I was running out of space on my PC, so I figured I might as well upload them on YouTube. So I have the clips. So I have some older videos, like not too many of them where I explain the fights and matchups, like I started recently, but I think I have 1 or 2 corrupted videos where I explain it. Samwise, yo, good fight. Didn't realize 7-3. Excellent. Oh yeah, good fight, Samwise. Good fight. So it was close. Like yeah, I think I mainly won it because of the tier difference. I think because like you dodged my first E with jacket, which was pretty big. But I think the A3 did too much damage with the Qs and autos in the fight. But yeah, good fight. Okay, I don't think this guy wants to fight. It's mostly rats in the zone, so. Announce the giveaway. Yeah, I'll upload a video later today with the giveaway winners. There's like quite a few rats around this chest here, making me a bit worried. Like Whispering Bow is pretty annoying. I saw, or wait, he was Longbow or was that a different one? I think it was a different. I think I saw like 5-1 Whispering. Because Whispering Bow is pretty annoying if they're ratting you, because obviously they can like very easily keep you in combat right from distance. But let's see here. Okay, this guy wants to rat me too, but let's cool down. I didn't keep ordering him there because I was waiting for E and W because I wouldn't have purse to kill him through Undead Cape. But yeah, he got unlucky and got the 3rd stack from the mob there. Should be enough to run him down. And we'll see if... Oh, that red booted away. I don't think I catch back up. I catch this guy though. He walked up. Yeah, it's pretty shit here. Held my E there just to E after his W since I used my boots to close the gap if needed. And yeah, not much to say, like just some rats trying to do the hair. Into my W and couple auto spunk, just getting used to playing carving, so not full A3 yet. Yeah, it's good strat to start in like 6-3, flat 6, like start like flat 8 or 8-1 equivalent. get used to the trades and used to the matchups and the cooldowns. Like go from there. Like that was close fight. Like I think if you're A3 in that fight, I think you should win the fight then, cause like you dodged my E with jacket, right, and you hit your E. So like after that, like it's pretty big if you missing E. It's like pretty big doing doing the giveaway winners on this live. I'm recording it. Then I think for these giveaway winners, and then I'll think the next giveaways I'll be doing will be like on the stream for like the people in chat watching currently, right? I think that's more fun. Because like I think the chances if I do the giveaways on stream, the chances that like one of the winners are watching at the same time is pretty low, which I feel like it's not gonna be too fun. So I think like the next giveaway after these ones, I'll do like do them in connection with the stream. So like I think that will be more fun. So we like get someone that's currently viewing to win instead of like some guy that's not watching and then. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. Kind of lucky no one in this mob camp yet. Been a little while since we found any juicers, so we'll see if we can run into someone. Is it profitable wearing 8-4 in the mist? It is, but I'd say it's like a unnecessary risk. So, like as an example, like with the 8-4 set I was playing, I made about 150 mil in items before dying with it. And the set cost 50 mil, meaning I made like 100 mil in profit, right? But with this set, for example, that cost 15 mil. Like we played for close to 4 hours today. Like not too many good. Like haven't like apart from that A3 light cross we like almost killed, but I didn't wanna re-engage on. Like if you're a bit lucky and run into A3s, then because I made basically, if I count in the favor I've gotten playing today, I probably made like 30 mil-ish silver. Meaning like if I die once, I still made money today basically. Like if I die now, I would lose half my profit, right? But in 8-4, it's just it takes longer to win back the set cost, meaning it's just higher risk, right? But it's not really worth the risk versus the reward, considering in A3 gear you can just have OC with you and OC, right? And make the set 8-4 essentially. Like you get the exact like an A3 excellent sword will be the exact same IP as an 8-4 excellent if you OC the A3, right? So 8-4 is like bigger risk than you need to take. Like A3 does more than enough. Like but I had to put on the 8-4 for the YouTube title, you know. More attractive for people to click the video when they read 8-4. Like makes people want to watch it more. So. And yeah, I still have another 8-4 carving set, so maybe I'll play a bit more of that later today, or try some other stuff. We'll see. I was hoping to get like to a fight with one more juice guy before I end the stream today, so we'll see. Hopefully I find a new mist. I think maybe I'll just zone back out and in and out, and reset the mist. Well, on average, I wouldn't recommend 8-4 gear. Like, the people you can kill when you're in 8-4 gear, you can kill in 8-3 gear anyways, right? So it's like not really like a big deal or like important to go 8-4 in terms of strength. I think this is what you do. I'll stash and then do another 30 minutes, like one more food, and see if we find someone. Cause it's been pretty. I guess it's been decent today. We made like 30 mil. So not. So I've been finding some content, but like I'm not sure if it's like the East server being played on or quite what's happening, but it's like very little activity today to be Sunday. Like it's usually pretty active on Sundays. About now. Yeah, doing giveaway only for your live viewers. Give a boost on your live viewers slow. Yeah. That's my thinking. That like doing like like if I do giveaway, then I should do one for like the video, and then do like separate giveaways for the stream. Because I think it's just more fun if I do it for the live viewers. Like gonna be more interesting. Like we can get there. Like we can trade them instantly, basically, and like seems like a more enjoyable way of doing it. Some lucky mismap to start with. I don't know. Hopefully I find some A384s. And in the next 30 minutes, cause yeah, I'll eat this food, and then once this food runs out, I'll end the stream and go eat some dinner, and then finish the giveaway video and upload it. Probably, I think I should upload it like not too late in the day when people have time to see it. And hopefully I'll get in contact by the winners by tomorrow when I get home from work. And I'll trade people their prices. And I might have to turn off my auto respec too. Like you spend like almost like 5 mil I think on auto respec at the moment, so it becomes quite expensive. Do you think I can make money in flat 8 carving 1300 IP and if OC 1400? Probably, but if you like realistically, if you have a full like T8 equivalent set equipped, you should be 1400 IP. So if you're not, I would recommend probably fame farming the spec up on the items you're gonna use first, so you get like more value for your silver, right? Because the IP does help in like open world where there's no IP cap. Then the increased damage and the increased HP and stuff you get like adds up to be pretty valuable. But I think you can for sure make money, right? Like if you play smart and don't fight against very high IP people, then flat 8 carving like this build in like 6 to equivalent should work pretty fine for most matchups. It's only gonna be bad for the higher tier matchups, really, right? Like if you run into a Death Givers in like 6-3, you should be fine, I think, still. But if you run into like 7-3, 8-3, he might do a bit too much damage to you too fast for you to be able to win the matchup. But most like IP matters. It's like a 50-50. I say the IP is important, but how you play it and how you use your abilities is equally important in a fight, right? To some extent, like You fight someone and you purge their defenses and you use your defenses at the right time, then even though you're lower IP, you still have a viable chance of winning. Waiting for the miss setup tier list. Yeah, I'll make that within, like, I'll start making it this week. I think it's gonna take a bit long time going through it. So I think I'll try to make it like pretty in depth. So like go over all the think it's gonna be like 10 builds at most. Like top 10 meta and see from there. Because I've seen a lot of comments as well on the videos of people wanting me to do like voiceover comments compared to writing out what happens, which I think is an interesting idea, but I won't be able to like play the fight out in real time then, because like I won't be able to like speak fast enough to say what's happening, right, and like explain my thought process. So I'll probably try to do that and see how it goes, because then I'll probably only do like 1 or 2 fights and like explain them more in depth and see how it works out and how it's received, if people prefer it over like having it typed out or not. So I'm also not sure if my mic isn't the best one, right? So like the audio quality won't be too good either, which can be kinda annoying to watch. Cause I'll also won't be able to have the music on the video, right? Cause you're gonna have to hear my voice instead, which I feel like might make the video like a bit boring. But maybe if I'm only doing like 1 or 2 matchups and explaining it as it goes, and like stopping and rewinding and like rewatching after something happens, it might be more enjoyable or a better way to learn why the fight went as it did. But I'll figure it out as I go and get more used to creating content. I can't find any mist inside here, like there's nothing to do inside this mist. Do I think that Inferno Shield carving can work? Yeah, I think the 2 options you have for carving is either Inferno Shield or the Mistwalker jacket. I think that's the two best options for carving in terms of fighting people in 1v1s. Like I've been thinking, like I do think maybe soldier armor as well could be a good option, but I'm not sure how it would work out, because your all-in potential in soldier armor should be pretty strong. And it's like, but I'm not sure if the damage output will be high enough to be worth it. Like it might work in like A3, A4, because you have so like high base stats on your weapons. So your Qs and autos will still do a lot of damage. So being in the soldier armor will give you like the just added benefit of being very tanky as well. So you can like all in people, but I have to do some experimenting to test. But I think it should be a decent option. This guy wants to fight, so I'll take it. Yeah, not much to say. Like cloth, little tear cloth. Like if you WE, their HP bar disappears, and just use your increased defensive on his E so you don't take damage. Could have held my, like I didn't need to use my jacket there either, but I might as well to like not drop too low, potentially too low, in case like rat shows up. Damn, I really can't find a new mist inside this map. Like, very bad maps. I would like to zone to a new map if possible. I'll just zone into Brazil and back out again, hopefully get into a better road. I'm not sure, like, game seems pretty inactive right now. Like, only 60 people in Brazilian as well by the portal there. Not too many players right now. Which is kind of unusual for Sundays. Like, Sunday is usually the biggest day for mist and activity, considering people that usually don't have time to play. Like, usually on Sundays they have some gaming time, right? So they log in, so. Kinda disappointing seeing that few people, like, we'll see. Yeah, it might be a bit unlucky timing, I'm not certain. Like, usually like around this time, especially on a Sunday, it should be like pretty guaranteed content in most of the mist. Like, should almost always be like some A3 players within the maps, so guess we're on a bit of an unlucky streak, but let's see, I got faith we can get lucky enough to find some content. Now we could dismount and kill this guy, but I think he doesn't really have like I tend to, like, on average, the like low tier people I find that I kill, like, I tend to try to kill when they're like playing Bloodletter. Any build that has like rat potential, I like to kill them no matter what tier they are, cause I know they might show up later in the zone, right? Like, if you leave a 4-1 curse live, like, he might show up later to start queuing you as your 1 HP after a kill, right? So you can turn back. But something like nature staff, like, they can't really fight you and rat you, right? Like, they don't have any mobility or CC, so, and low damage, so like, it's like pretty safe to have in the map. We'll see if we get lucky. I don't think I'll find any A3 in this map though, like, pretty bad map. 80 people at Portal 5 minutes ago, just bad timing. Yeah, like, should be fightable. Should be some people. Like, I'm just getting unlucky with the mist, right? There was flat 8 normal bow with Merc Jacket Fiend Cow. He had 1263 IP. Should I forward him? As carving, the normal bow, I think so. Like, I haven't been able to fight too many of the normal bows, the updated ones yet, so I haven't really seen the matchup too good, but it should be winnable for sure. I think I catch this guy here. I would like to get in range before he uses Innovis potion. Nice, we got him in time. Okay, I'll try to get this Great Hammer because he's playing Great Hammer. Okay, nice. That got him in combat, so he can't zone out. So I'll just hit boots and run him down. Oh, this guy's unlucky. Hit that guy now, so he can't run. I could have held like all my cooldowns there. Like I wouldn't need it to kill him, but I mean I might as well use it. Like I'm standing at the gate, so I could always run. But yeah, the normal bow, I think you win pretty easy against normal bow with the carving setup, because obviously if you can purge, like if you purge his merc jacket, then he doesn't have any heal, right? But like I haven't like gotten to fight and see normal bow too much yet with the new system, but like with the rework on it, but it seems to be not too strong. Like when I tried it, it felt kind of weaker than the old normal bow, where you get your auto attacks like damage a bit faster, but it seems like it's not enough damage and auto attack speed for it to really be too strong in fights. But yeah, like usually in matchups where enemy have merc jacket and you have fiend cowl, or like same goes for Hellion jacket, usually in matchups where people have like life steal as their jackets, having a fiend cowl means you should like win the matchup, right? Given that you can purge it early when they use it. Depends a bit on situation, but most of the time it's pretty like guaranteed that like if you EWQ rotation someone into jacket and trading with autos and Qs and then insta-purge their healing jacket or defensive, then most of the time you will win the fight from it. 1300 Badon. Badon is also like pretty winnable matchup. The main issue is like it's hard to fight a Badon if they start from max range dismounted and walk up and see you the whole time, because obviously then you can never get in range without having to use mobility. So I wouldn't like fight them by like chasing them, right? Because if they stand from max range and hit E, then like your E won't get you in range of them if they're standing far. So like you have to boot, but then they can boot too, and then they still have the W gap closer. Oh, let's see, this guy should have probably mounted up instead of waiting. I'm too bored, I can't find enemies, so I'm just gonna kill him, unfortunately. Oh, he got the build off. No, I'll get him, but that's gonna take actually. Oh yeah, he's dead when I get boots here. I reacted a bit slow once he pressed boots and didn't purge them fast enough. And I can't find any enemies that wants to fight, so I'm gonna fight these guys. Anime home when this next video going up for giveaway. I will upload it later today. Should be a couple hours, like in like three hours from now, something like that. I'll upload it probably. Don't you get tired? A little bit. Like I get more tired right now doing mist when there's no like the fewer juicy like fights I get, the more tiring it becomes. Like Cause like I don't wanna kill the flat sixes, but like if I can't find anything other than people in flat six, I end up having to kill them, right? So there's something to do, but prefer when I run into other high tier players. Like that's what I'm looking for. But sometimes lucky, sometimes not. Like last hour right here, been very unlucky. Like we got some at least some 7-3 fights and stuff earlier, but last hour has been pretty dead seemingly. Like I can't even find the flat eights. Like we're not even running into anything special. So I'm not sure. The timer should like be good now. It's like middle of the day on Sunday, so on average this is like my best days is Sundays in terms of like content. Like usually a lot of fights against A3s and A4s and whatever, right? But been pretty weak today. Like pretty few fights. Then we'll see. Uh, Play for another 10 minutes I think, and then end the stream and go get some food. Finish the giveaways. And like finish the giveaway video and upload it. I think maybe I'll stream a bit more later today. I'm not certain though, so might might delay might not stream later tonight. But we'll see. How much profit I made from playing carving swords in total? To today with this set, I currently made approximately 28 mil. Well, we found a couple, like we fought a couple 7-3 people where the whole set survived, so it's usually like approximately like around 5 mil for a 7-3 set. I could have dismounted this guy if I hit the W. Yeah, like approximately 28 mil in items, and then I've gotten some like favor points as well today, which does add up. Like can't remember, I did the math about it, but it's like 2k favor. How does it end up being? So I think it's 200 favor to get one siphon, meaning every 1k favor is 5 siphon, which should be 10k each, or like 9k each, but for simplicity say 10k, so each 1k of favor, if you buy siphon, it's like 50k, right? So I probably made like a mil, like 3 mil in favor points value once I like trade them in for siphon or the chest, and then with the conqueror chest you can buy, like if you're lucky you can get like good artifacts or mammoth pup as well. Apparently there's like a percentage chance, and obviously if you get a mammoth pup you're gonna make pretty good money. Yeah, that was very easy 500k. Like this guy was 1 HP from the mob, so pretty free money. Everyone just killed T8 but on 1300 IP. I mean, good play, good play. I'm glad to hear. Hoping all you guys watching use the information and learn how to be better, so you can make some more silver and end up in A3 so we can fight. That's my hope. Like, more people knowing how to play the game, so the fights gets more interesting. Cause it's like it's more fun playing versus other people that like use their brain in the trades and like think about what they're doing. Makes the content better for everyone. Enemy, I have 60 mil loot and 100k silver because I only do PvP. Yeah, like usually I do the same where I play and then stack up the items before I sell them. Which is like I like the satisfaction of watching like opening full tabs of loot I've gotten. But it is a bit smarter to just sell it whenever you have time, like between, because obviously, especially like high tier items usually takes a while on the market before they sell, right? So like all the A3s I've killed, all their gear will probably like take a month or two on the different markets and cities before it's all liquidated into silver again. But you can always find, there's a lot of people in this game that will buy your tabs for a discount. And then they sell the items and hope like then they take like the risk of like selling the items, and like sometimes they can like make more money that way, right? Because I usually sell my tab to a guy for 10% off the estimate value, so that I get the silver instantly, and then he sells the items, and then usually makes like at least like 10% of the cost on it, right? So if you buy like a 100 mil tab for 90 mil, then obviously you make like a 10 mil-ish profit, right? And then there's some items you can probably sell for more than the estimate value, and some that's a bit less. But that's the risk the buyer takes, right? As a seller, all you have to do is show the items. If he wants to buy it, he wants to buy it. Like, that's where it ends for you as a seller. And with silver when I have too much. Yeah, it's usually nice to have your silver in like a station if you have liquid silver. Like a station on your island, so you don't have it in your bank, because then you don't accidentally buy like a overpriced item on the market either. That's happened to me. Not paying attention and having like too much silver, straight silver in the bank, then you can like, it's easy to misclick and pay 10 mil for a potion. See, just 2 rats on this orb. Kinda wanna kill this guy if I have the opportunity before the orb spawns, but kinda same with this guy, but I feel more bad since it's what 4. Yeah, if you're sending me friend requests, by the way, I'm probably gonna ignore it most of the time, because I try to keep only people I play with actively on my friends list to clear and to keep it clean. From the misclick, I think it was like 30. I think I paid like 30 mil or something for like a potion or something stupid. Like wasn't too bad of a loss, but ever since that, I keep all my silver in stations and then just take out whatever amount I need for what I'm gonna do just to decrease the probability of misclick buying and wasting silver that way. But yeah, it happens. Kill the T8 with done with your build, but add Merc with second ability. Yeah, so you had Inferno Shield on Merc Jacket, I'm guessing you mean. Because the reason I don't play like Merc Jacket or any other jacket than Jacket of Tenacity is you can see the physical attack bonus stats. Like these percentage stats are the same no matter what tier jacket it is. And then you can see like Hellion has like 29%, but then Merc Jacket is down at 24%. So you're missing out on like 10% of your potential damage in the stats by having Merc Jacket. So if you have like Merc Jacket and Infernal Shield, you'll deal less damage with your Qs and autos compared to having like a Jacket of Tenacity, right? Or a Hellion Jacket or Assassin or Mistwalker. Well, something to consider, because like if you're with a lot of jackets, like if your goal or if you're not planning on using the actual jacket ability, then the stats on the jacket have more impact overall, right? Because that's what you're gonna be helping you with. Like, that's what's gonna affect your weapons. Let's see, I don't have another food. I'll try to check one more miss, but kind of unfortunate here. Like my food ran out. We didn't find any good ones. How did I get the command mammoth? I bought one a while back. It's been laying around, so I was thinking it was time to do a big giveaway to attract some more viewers, get some more hype. See, without my food, like I really shouldn't have been going into this miss. Like if I find A3 now, it will just be sad because I don't have my food. Yeah, I'm not gonna do something stupid and start clearing without having fight food on me. Knowing my luck, the 8-4 Death Giver will come like running around the corner when I dismount, and I don't have my increased HP and lifesteal for the food, and I should lose without food popped, so not gonna play it. I'm gonna play it safe, not risk anything. Yeah, it's 83 back in Brazil now. So many trees around. I guess we're just getting unlucky. None of these A3s are playing right now, or we're not getting in their midst, so kind of unfortunate. This is how it is. We got 40 comments, not 800. Yeah, like it's really helping the viewership having like the giveaways, because obviously the more people comment, the more like the video gets pushed into people's like recommended videos for Albion content. So it's helping out a lot, getting more reach. I mean, you still have a chance, anime. You just gotta be lucky, you know. But yeah, I'll end the stream here, boys. 4 hours. Like not too many juicers, but we made like I'd say about 30 mil, 30 mil total. So pretty decent day. Like unfortunate that we didn't find more A3s, but was good. So I think I might stream later today. I'm not certain, and then I got work next week, so I think I'll keep the streams maybe for the weekends. Might be a good setup, like stream on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. might be what I end up doing. But thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys later.